G'day everyone, welcome. It's round 4 and we are at Bahrain. There he is, pops up. We are under lights in Bahrain for round 4. My name is Jamie Conboy. Hello everybody in YouTube land. Tonight I am joined by double Alex. Let's go, Alex Bowen and Alex Imey. Welcome to the two of you.
Hello, hello, how are we?
I'm super well. I am generally pretty happy on Sundays, but I am even more so today to be joined by you and Alex Imey. I am unfortunately minus Jacob Weatherburn today, the great man coming back from a long family holiday, much deserved. Probably would have been a hard ass to get him in here and do 4 hours of commentary. The missus probably wants to unpack the bags and stuff, so we're missing him, but we've got Alex Imey to replace him. How about that? Hello, Alex.
Hello, very big shoes to fill, I think. So, gonna try my best, but no promises.
You're not wrong. They are extremely big shoes, but I'm sure you are more than capable. Looking forward to this one. Alex Bowen, what do we know? Give us the track guide. You're the I don't know, the racer person who knows everything. What are we doing here in Bahrain?
But whoa, we're going for a drive around Bahrain. That would be what I'd say. It's a night race, this one. The first night race of the season, so we should see tyre temps not get as high as you would see in some of the daytime tracks, but even then, this is in the Middle East, so track temperature is still going to be rather high. I'd say for quali you'll be expecting for Tier 3 a mid-20 28 for pole, mid-28.
Mid-28, wow. I'm expecting a mid-27 for pole in Tier 1, so if you think a mid-28 for Tier 3, I wouldn't even be slightly surprised. This season has been really close, not only between all the Tier 1 boys and the Tier 2 boys, and then the Tier 3 boys, but all 3 tiers together themselves. We just have so many strong drivers. We've got 5 tiers, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a mid-28. I'll back you on that. Is a mid-27 on the cards for Tier 1, or am I wrong in saying that?
Oh, look, it's possible, but yeah, it's mid to high 27s for pole in Tier 1 you'd expect. I don't think I'll quite be around that pace, but race pace will be much more important given this is a 50% race.
Ethan Cotton, I think, is one of the first on the hunt here for a time. 16 for Tier 3 tonight. Nice, cozy little grid. Let's get a track map. I like track maps. Yeah, there you go.
Track maps are nice.
Track map. Butt scratcher. Afternoon all. Hello, Matt Powell. Hello, John. Nathan Monks, what are you doing in chat? Get out of chat. Wouldn't you shoot? You're in... Oh, no, you might be in Tier 2. No, never mind that. You're all right.
Nathan's in Tier 1.
Oh, is he? Shit. Right, yeah, fair enough. You should be. He's totally awesome. That's exactly why he's in chat. Fair enough. Travis Murdoch, also here. Hello, mate. Firelord. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I wish, you know what? We should get Firelord in the box one day. He's a good commentator.
Yeah, imagine that.
Are you going to give us the rundown on the penalties and start posting them in chat for us tonight, or is that only an ACC thing?
It's only an ACC thing. I have no idea when the penalties are popping up for F1, so... And normally they come up on the screen here anyway, so...
147.9 from Jesse McLean. That's a blistering lap.
That is flying. Speaking of flying, Keelan Dryberg at 29.3. Still not quite the 28s, but just drivers getting times on the boards first, because this track can be a fairly grip limited, so being able to get a time on the board, probably a good strategy.
Oh no.
As Tom Maloney tries to not do that.
Oh no. He's on the racing line too. Oh, I've got out of the way. Alright, nice work.
Yeah, can't park there.
Bit of camera cursing there early on. Good to get a couple off the board straight away.
Well, look, if I'm going to get cursed, I'd rather have it happen in qualifying than in the race.
This man goes quick.
Swaro.
Nice. Bit of just a soft medium here, or the hard's coming back out for Bahrain round 4?
It's definitely not a soft medium here for 50% race. It'll be medium hard for most drivers. If you get a safety car, you can, at the perfect time, you can just go a medium soft. But for most drivers, a medium hard or like a medium soft would be ideal. You'd expect. And in regards to race pace, just answering Malik's question, not entirely sure much about race pace. I can have a quick check though.
Oh, and anywhere in the 28s or the 29s, I think would be pretty satisfactory for race pace, wouldn't it?
You wouldn't quite get into the 29s for race pace because 28s are really your quali pace.
In Tier 2. I thought they were going for 27s and 28s in Tier 2. All right. No, all right.
It's,
Alex, go and do the research. I'll sit here and keep pointing the
so
camera.
race pace is about your 31s because obviously mediums and hards are a lot slower than the softs.
I could do 28s race pace. Ha! False. That is straight out lying through my teeth. Of course. Donny Sadewa, how are you going? Is this a lap? I reckon it might be. He's down on 30% battery, so it's either he's coming in the pits here or he's going to finish this lap, coming around the final corner now. How's this going to look? Where does this place Donny Sadewa?
The ERS usage in this game is a lot higher, as we see a 28.7 first driver in the 28s.
Half a second clear of Radica Caswaro from Donny Sadewa. He's been on pole a couple of times, so he's no stranger to quick qualifying laps. Donny Sadewa. He's got 3 from 3 pole positions already this season, so he is quick over 1 lap, Donny Sadewa, and that is putting an early stamp on this qualifying session. He's half a second clear of anyone else. So nice, Donny.
Well, I mean, if you thought Tier 2 were aiming for 27s and 28s, you take a look at some of the drivers in chat. Neil Alexander saying, can't even get to the 28s in quali. Diebol saying, Sadewa makes me sad with those quali times. So, see, maybe a bit overestimating that, just that little bit there, JC.
Yeah, yep, fair. I'll pay that. Here's Aussie Donkey, also coming around the last corner now to post his first lap. He was in chat before. He goes up there with a 30.9 for a start, which puts him in P11. Probably want to improve on that one, I would suggest, but plenty of time left in this one. Just about 10 minutes to go in qualifying for Tier 3. Of course, Tier 2 coming up later, followed by Tier 1 as well. So strap yourselves in. Another long, enjoyable night. Sunday night for almost everyone in the world, unless you're watching from Europe. Maurice, hello to you if you're in chat.
Vote 1, McNulty to finish a race.
I'm all about that. I'm all on the Bender train tonight. That man has DNF'd in the first 2 rounds, so I am also voting 1 for the great man to put on a good result here in Tier 3 and then jump in the commentary booth, if you don't mind, for Tier 2 and Tier 1. We've got double Alex here in Tier 3, and then you've got double David, Bender, McNulty for Tier 2 and Tier 1. So looking forward to him joining us later on. Let's see if we can...
There's 2 David McNultys?
I wish there was 2 David McNultys. Goodness me, I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
I think the world can only handle 1 Bender. I wouldn't want any more.
Double
Why
dong
not?
expand. Let's see if we can curse his outlap here. He's had a reasonably good start to this outlap. It's looked pretty good. DRS open now on the outlap. You know the man's pushing when he's got the DRS open on the outlap. He's in red-hot form so far in the first 2 sectors. Just coming through the last sector now and looking stable, boys.
He's not even in the last sector yet. The end of the second sector is right here.
So I can't even curse him off the track in his outlap.
Yep.
Let's see how he goes. How's Tom Maloney going, actually? We watched him spin at this very corner previously, and I think he was on a hot lap at the time, so probably looking to get one on the board here for sure.
Still keeping it straight, so must be doing better than he was.
He's made it further around than last time, yeah. Jesse McLean's his Williams teammate. We saw him post that 47 before, so he's probably on a lap now as well. Looks to be coming across the line, Jesse McLean. Where does he go? 130.1 into P11. Tom's shown over the last 2 seasons, really, sort of in a couple of races last season, and this is his first full season, I think. He's got pace. He is very quick, Tom Maloney. On his day, he has been up there in the podium position, so every now and then he just pulls out a blinder of a quali lap and has a good race and whatnot. Let's see if Bahrain round 4 is one of those nights. A 29.2 is pretty reasonable considering 29.2 will get you P4 and it'll also get you P7, so it's very tight up in that top little section there.
Aaron Gavin up to P2 with a 29 flat. Still no one else in the 28 and Donny Sadiwa.
Yeah, Donny looking really sharp up the top end there.
Meanwhile, here's everyone's favourite robot, David McNulty.
Robot? Oh, because
yeah,
of course. Yeah, right. Sorry. I'll keep
up. Through final sector now. Very simple sector, but gotta get every corner right. And he rounds final corner now. Don't think this will be too much. He's coming into the pits.
Oh. Alright, well there goes that then.
I think if he finished that lap, he still would have been dead last.
6 minutes to go, Bender. Aaron Gavin improved before, we reckon. Mike Denoldi. Wonder how he's going.
He's not looking to get any improvement on this lap, I don't think. 1.9 seconds down on his best, and he's invalidated anyways.
Just invalidated there, yeah. Not looking for any improvement in his YouTube subscriber list. To give you the tips, got like 20,000 subscribers or something. A lot of Southeast Asian followers checking him out, and obviously he does ACC as well, so brings a big following, does Mike Denoldi.
Got a few members of OR that have big followings.
Name a few of those. I know Eric Scarney's got a pretty big following going for him.
I was about to bring up Scarney.
Scarney. Who else? There'd be a few others that have got big followings like that.
Well, isn't one of our commentators Justin Tate?
Oh, yes. Does very nicely for himself over there on Twitch TV. Indeed. Yeah, well. Yeah, there's a few more as well, so I don't know how you build a following like that, but he's done pretty well, Mike Denoldi especially. Gerald Chu, fan favourite, isn't he building himself a following? Goodness me, he had chat exploding in the Australia round.
Yeah, exploding from joy seeing Gerald fighting for the victory. Can he do it again here at Bahrain? See what this lap has. He's just 1.1 seconds down, so I don't think this will provide any improvement for him.
Oh, on his way into the pits then.
Yeah, he's not using any of his ERS.
Alright. Maybe that one then. Who else is on a lap? What's going on out here? Mohamed Faizan, he was the first to ready up. He was keen tonight. Give you the tip. Hope he doesn't ready up that sharply when we get on the grid, because we all know what that means. There's a bit of a whack coming his way.
Well, it's not just a whack anymore. If you prematurely start, then you have to sit out that race.
Oh, really?
There is a big crackdown coming over it now.
I didn't know that. Okay, so if you ready up before the 2-minute timer, which gives everyone obviously a chance to set up the car and put the tyres and whatnot, and I don't know, go and do whatever else they need to do. There's a 2-minute timer, and if you ready up before that timer, you've got to sit out the race while they reform the grid. Yeah, right.
Because it's been happening too often.
Fair enough, too. I must have missed that one during the week. Interesting.
It was an announcement made, I believe, in between the interval of Tier 1's mishap from Race 1 with the readying up.
It's good to see the F1 guys getting the big stick out like we have been recently in ACC as well.
Oh, yes. Alex Imey knows all about the big stick. Don't worry about that.
Sometimes when all else fails, that's all you've got left.
I've never seen so many stop-goes in a season of ACC. And good, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Some of them well warranted.
If this week's round was anything to go by, I think it is having the desired effect. It certainly has been a little bit better. So hopefully it does continue.
Speaking of continuing, Kiswara's continuing on his fantastic form. He's set a purple middle sector and goes to the top by, what, 12 thousandths of a second over Donny Sadiwa at 28.722.
That's as close as it gets up the top there. Nice lap, Radetya. He'll be very, very pleased with that one indeed. Provisional pole for Raditya Kaswaro.
Very quick for Raditya here in Tier 3. It's made him the second driver into that 28s, but currently the fastest of the drivers into the 28s as we take a look and see what Jesse McLean's doing. He's set a purple middle sector. I believe that could be a glitch though.
That's our sector bug, yeah.
Yeah.
I got excited when I saw Raditya's as well, and I was like, I'm just going to be patient and see what happens in this last sector before I go off tap. But
It did look like his split was good though, and I reckon Jesse's split could move him up towards the top 5. Take a look.
whoa,
Hello. E3.
Exact same
It's every week.
10,000s as Aaron Gavin.
That's early off the bingo card, the exact same time as another qualifying driver. There you go. Have we seen that every week now? I think we've seen that every
Yes.
round.
Yes. Also, Bowles, I can 100% assure you it is not rigged because there are more than the visible numbers. Pretty much if you go to the 10,000s, you'll see that Jesse was slightly faster than Aaron, but it's a very, very tight margin.
So Alex explained this one to us last week. Mul's asking the same question. And we reckon that there's more digits. There is more decibels in the code in the game. We just don't see them. And Jesse's obviously beaten him by, a 10,000th of a second. Or what you got a 10th, and then a 100th, and then a 1,000th.
Yep.
Would it be a 10,000th? What's the next decimal? What's the next decimal?
10,000th works.
A 10,000th?
Okay, so you've got a 10th, 100th, 1,000th, 10,000th, 100,000th, millionth, 10 millionth, 100 millionth.
And that's what you call them, though.
Billionth.
That's what they... Yeah, it just sounds weird calling it a 10,000th, but alright, we roll with it. Doesn't matter if you win by a 10,000th or a mile. Spot on from you, Pingu. Wise words.
Yeah, I do imagine it's just like ACC. I know ACC has that magical 4th digit that it calculates
Yes.
positions off of.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if they for the 1997 World Championship decider at Jerez in F1, as Bender's given up the ghost, he's had enough.
Yeah, Travis Murdoch's done the same, so that's a couple of drivers now that have put the Q in the rack. So that's enough.
Like Malik is making a good point. This is Cody's we're talking about, so it might just be it randomly chooses.
So timing's running out, by the way, and I don't think there's too many more drivers that are flying around on a lap. Mike Denoldi's flat out of battery here. A couple of the top drivers have got checkered flags. Ethan Cotton's had enough. He's done. Jesse McLean probably not improving on his lap because he's only just posted it. Aaron's flat out of battery, so he's not going anywhere. We might be just about done, I reckon. And that would mean Raditya Kaswaro will start from pole. Donny Sadewa
Great.
knocked off P1 for the first time this season.
Donny will be very disappointed in himself. P2, it's not good enough for him. Not good enough for him, unfortunately.
What are you doing? Washed, Donny. Oh, no. I think that's it. Everyone looks to be flat out of battery, coming back into the pits, I think. Wouldn't you just go over and retire? Isn't that what we usually do? Just pull over and retire? I don't know.
Yeah, so it typically if a driver doesn't want to finish the lap and there's no one behind on a valid lap, they are allowed to retire.
Faizan's pushing it. He's using a lot of battery and used all of that outside curb coming around the final corner now. So let's see what Mohammed's got for us. He looks like he's going to put one more time, and it improves him by 3/10 up to P10.
Look at the gap between P3 and P10 though, 3/10 of a second.
Yeah. Yep. Incredibly close again. Here in Tier 3.
And we had news. Gerald Chu improved by 3/10, but was invalidated.
Oh,
Could
no.
have been P3.
Oh, no. The great man. He's chewed himself out. He's down there in P7 now.
Chewed himself out.
That was pretty bad. Sorry. I can do better.
Hey,
Raditya
that's my
Kaswaro
job.
is P1, and it is not by much. 0.012 to Donny Sadewa. Jesse McLean qualifies in third. Aaron Gavin in P4th. Nice from those two. Ethan Cotton, Mike Denoldi, Gerald Chu, Keelan Dryberg, Tom Maloney, and Mohammed Faizan with a late improvement sneaks into the top 10. I gotta go over here. I was too slow. Deckers, there was 4 seconds left. You saw it. I was on my way over to scroll, Deckers. Oh, he's gonna kill me. There was 4 seconds. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Don't have any standings for you this week, unfortunately. Have some of those. There we go. Now we know who's driving tonight. Ocean, not with us for the first time this season, usually reserving in, so she's otherwise disposed tonight. Mohammed Faizan doing God's work, stepping up into a Mercedes. And Matthew Nathaniel, I don't think, is here with us tonight. A couple of drivers there.
A driver with 2 first names by the looks of it.
Matthew Nathaniel, yeah. Yeah, like Neil Alexander. Is it not?
Yeah.
Bro, they doing 28s in Tier 3. They sure are. I can't post that. Oh, someone posted it. Probably Neil. Thank you, sir. Yep, they're very quick in Tier 3, and they're very tight. As Alex said, no more than a second gap between, what, most of the field, wasn't it?
Yeah, P3 to P10 was 0.3 of a second.
Unreal. So it's
very,
still
very tight.
Yeah, anyone's race. If anything happens between those top 2 guys, especially, anyone from 3 all the way down to 16 can win this one if it goes their way. It's a full 50% race, and as Alex said, the hard tyres are going to be on, so it's all about your race pace and keeping it clean and steady and avoiding penalties. Not a great deal of spots here for penalties, I would assume, the track limits types things.
There are a few places where you can get pinged for track limits around here. And there's a few where you can actually get multiple warnings based because of where the asphalt is. I think where the layouts can sort of like converge into the outer loop or going the normal Grand Prix layout, you can get multiple warnings there. Ooh. From memory.
Yep.
And then you have, I think, yeah, that's your main one. Then you also have start of sector 3 where you can sort of run wide a little bit after that fast right-hander. Oh, and the exit of that fast right-hander can also be a track limit spot because in the race I believe you do have to lift a little bit just to get around that corner safely with the fuel load and the tyres.
Yeah, so there's definitely enough spots to get them. All right, there's more than a risk there than I thought there was.
Oh, I mean, think of this track as like sort of like Malaysia, but slightly different.
All right, I'll do exactly that.
Well,
I miss Malaysia. That's a great track, by the way.
Well, I mean, both of these tracks were designed by Herman Tilke.
Herman! Doing it for us.
It looks like we're getting into the formation lap, so we better get rid of this overlay and jump into it.
Not that one. Give me that one. Yes.
Oh, we have a few drivers starting on the hards and a few on the softs, so we have a few different strategies here. Aaron Gavin, Gerald Drew, Aslan Lizani, and Bart Zerwiak on the hards for this race. That is the ultimate strat, and I think there are a handful who are starting on the softs as well.
Did you say Gerald Drew's on hards? He did pop in a chat and say he was going to go for the hard strat. Okay, all right, he's one to watch.
He is currently the second highest driver starting on the hards. The highest is Aaron Gavin, who you just see coming into shot there in the Alpine.
The soft tyres are definitely an interesting call too. All right, mixed strategies. This is what we want. Let's go. Tier 3, just about ready to get underway. The cars have reformed on the grid. Radica Kiswaro will lead us away as we wait for the lights to tick away. There's 5 of them. There used to be 10. Now they're all gone, and we are away. Radica Kiswaro got a great start. Donny Sadeo a little bit stagnant on the line. It looks like Jesse McLean is going to go around the outside. I think that's Travis Murdoch, potentially. One of the Hasses in the background spun straight into the wall on the start. That's not ideal. And then around turn 1, it looks like a Alpine there. Went a little bit wide. That might be Aaron Gavin, who's had a poor start off the line, so he drops back through the field. Jesse McLean has had a ripping start off the line and got up around the outside of both Donny Sadewa and Radica Kiswaro, and now leads the race. Jesse McLean, Donny Sadewa's in P2, Mike Denoldi and Radica Kiswaro are your top 4 after an interesting first sector or two. That Haas has got themselves going again, and they bring up the rest of the field. But what a start from Jesse McLean.
Ah, he was flying off the start. Could he possibly be one of the drivers who started on the alternate strategy, maybe?
He's on
No,
mediums.
he's on the mediums. The highest driver who started on the softs is in P5. But I think Donny Sadewa was lining up a move on Jesse McLean, but has backed out of it. So Jesse McLean holds on for now, but Donny is hounding the back of that Williams. Currently, Gerald is the highest who started on the hards in P6 with Mohammed Faizan just behind. And now he's run wide, and that's allowed Tom Maloney to get right up close. Maybe a bit of slipstream going into the final corner. No, Faizan defends nicely. And is now looking at getting Gerald Drew with the overtake on. As blistering 14.5 for Jesse McLean. And we have Mohammed Faizan around the outside.
Nice, Mohammed.
Yeah, he's got it done before the corner. Well done.
I mean, that might be a pretty quick lap from Jesse there, but I think he can go even faster if he'd started on the hards.
he's on the wrong tyre.
Okay, so Mike Dinaldi's side by side with Donny Sadewa up front. There was a bit of side by side going on between those two. Few battles everywhere up the track at the moment.
So yeah, Mike Dinaldi's had a great start. He's up 3 spots. Mohammed Faizan as well with a ripping first lap. We watched him get one done down into turn 1. That's only one of the 4 moves he's made in the first 2 laps. So Mohammed having a red hot start. Did say he was ready to go tonight, and he's showing it. Donny Sadewa still putting pressure on Jesse McLean now. He wants P1 back. Used to starting from pole is Donny, and maybe that's why I got a little bit short started off the line.
There's a yellow flag in sector 1. That's Travis Murdoch. He's out, and I think that's caused the safety car.
He's DNF'd at the end of
safety car at this stage.
The end of turn 1 there is where that Haas had pulled over off the road. So it's an interesting spot for DNF. There's not a lot of walls out there, and it's obviously a very deep braking zone, but you'd have to miss it by a mile to hit a wall.
Yeah. I reckon he may have had some issues because he did have that unusual start incident, so I wonder if there's something deeper going on with Travis Murdoch.
Yeah, he was in chat before, so hopefully he pops back in and lets us know what's happened there. He was ready for chaos. Seems like he was the only chaos off the start there. Yeah, I think it was him that went in the wall.
Yes, it was.
No good for Travi. Hopefully he pops in the chat and lets us know how he went.
We also have Bart Serwich out the back as well, 36 seconds off the lead pack.
There he is. He's got no words at this point. Oh dear, that sounds ominous. What happened? What happened, Travi? We saw it go wrong for you off the line. So
this might be a good time to get back to that front of the field because this virtual safety car will be in very, very soon, you'd expect. And it's in. DRS enabled on this lap, so this is crucial.
Is it enabled here?
Yes.
It is. The flaps have opened.
So Jesse's going to come under a bit of attack down the main straight now.
He's just got to maximise his exits where possible and gain as much time through those corners where he can. He does have that clean air while Donny and Mike do not, so that will be where he gains some of the advantage, but it's going to be difficult defending, especially with how long that main straight is. Yeah, monitoring ERS is also crucial, as Diaballs has mentioned. It just does not recharge around here.
So 3 laps in the book. Jesse McLean still leads. Radicha Caswaro having dropped back to P4 from pole position. Now chasing down Donny Sadewa and Mike Dinaldi, who are 2 and 3. Ethan Cotton's had a nice solid start. Hasn't moved anywhere. He's just avoided all the carnage and holds his P5 position. He's trying to move up to P4 now. He wants Radicha on the inside, which I reckon, if he gets an exit here on these soft tyres, he'll probably get done. Although Radicha did nicely, just hung it out around the outside there. He got enough traction to hold on to P4. So Ethan on the superior tyre, not able to get one there.
Those tyres.
Very nicely done.
The tyres will start to scream fairly soon, you'd expect. The softs are terrible in this game, to be put lightly.
Is that at every track, or is it just certain tracks like Hungary where it's high
I think
deg?
that's pretty much at every track.
They're really good for 4 laps, and then they're absolutely arse afterwards.
I'm pretty sure that has to do with the way the new tires are. I'm not sure though, because the softs just warm up so much more than the mediums and hards do.
Oh, look, I'm not going to read that out, Travis, but that is a terrible story. I reckon we had something similar happen to Connor Kingston in Australia, where he took off the line and he was in broadcast cam and he was in helicopter cam, but he had control of the car or some funny business like that. So not the first time we've seen that one, Travi, but that's unlucky, mate. That's not a good way to spend your evening. I can understand your frustration on that one. This is Mike Denoldi now, putting pressure on Donny Sadewa, who made a bit of an error into turn 1, trying to get past Jesse McLean when the door wasn't open. And Joel Barry now DNFs. He's had enough as well.
He's done it in the pits. He's had enough.
So both Haas drivers early exits.
Wonder if that's some form of technical issue going on with Joel, because he did have a spin at the second to last corner before, just at the start of sector 3.
Yano's in tier 1, Cole. This is tier 3. So join us then. Tier 1 coming up to you at about
someone around
7:30.
That is
Yano
Tom Maloney. Tom Maloney is around.
Oh no. The Williams teammate of Jesse McLean back there in P13 now. Only Bart Cheviot's behind him. So both Donny and Mike have looked likely into turn 1 the last couple of laps. Not sure whether Jesse's running a bit of a higher downforce setup.
Oh, and Mike's around.
I was just going to say Mike was just about lining up Donny in turn 1, but I didn't say it, so it wasn't a curse. Maybe it was a bit of a mind curse. Anyway, whatever.
That spin is very easy done though. It's so easy to lose traction there out of that final corner, but Donny's got a nice run here. He'll be looking in through this next corner, try around the outside of Jesse McLean. Gets deeper on the brakes. Jesse holding up the inside. Who gets the better traction? At this stage, it's Jesse McLean, but they're still side by side. Donny backs out of it, so Jesse holds on for now.
It's a couple of times.
Fantastic.
Sorry, Alex. Yeah, it was good driving. It is, yeah. It's a couple of times now Donny's looked like he's about to make a move on Jesse. So he's clearly about a tenth or two quicker than Jesse, but Jesse just had such a good start. He's bought himself that track position. Donny's still looking good with the DRS here.
I think if he wants to make a move, it's got to be into turn 1. He can try at the end of the second DRS straight, but it's highly unlikely you're going to get moves done there, or on that back straight in the third DRS zone.
This has kind of invited Radisha back into it as well, now that Mike Denoldi has dropped back to P8. This door has been opened to Radisha, who gets the DRS here. Not going to be this lap that he gets involved, but Donny Sadewa is lining up Jesse McLean. Jesse going very defensive into turn 1, and Jesse's got no battery left. You can see by the flashing red light that he's really struggling for power now. Side by side still, and still Jesse McLean defends. He's doing nicely, but he's hanging on for dear life. Donny is all over the back of him. And with no battery left, you would think that this move is inevitable. Jesse just not able to keep pace now. Donny around the outside here and doesn't get it right. You can see he had a bit of a snap and a correction. So Donny loses out. Raditya moves through, and that's Ethan Cotton down the inside now having a little look at the wounded Donny Sadewa.
Donny's out of battery as well, so they're all using up their battery very quick tonight.
Jesse will be breathing a huge sigh of relief there. It gives him at least a couple of moments of respite.
Yeah, he can't breathe for too long though, because he's got Raditya right there. What's Raditya's ERS? He's got plenty, so Jesse's in a bit of trouble here.
He's used all of his battery defending from Mike Denoldi, and then whatever battery he had left defending from Donny Sadewa, and now he's got Raditya breathing down his neck. He needs another battery.
Give this man some more battery power.
Needs a Milo or something.
Grab it me Farmers Union iced coffee.
Yeah, let's go. He'd take one of those up, I'm sure. Battery being used here. DRS wide open.
This is easy for Raditya.
No defending that one, Jesse. That is...
Although, Jesse will have the DRS going on the second straight, and Raditya's compromised his exit.
Oh, no!
He's loud, so he's really compromised his exit, and Jesse has a sigh of relief once again.
He bats off another one. He is defending like a champ. 8 laps down, and all comers have been told to bugger off. He's done nicely. Holy goodness me. All right, so Mike Denoldi back through the field. Raditya Kaswaro back through the field. Donny Sadewa also had a small little snap and auto correction, but didn't spin, so he hangs on and lines up another charge. But as you said, Alex, he's out of battery too, so he'll have to be really clean over the next couple of laps to get his lines and lengths correct.
We have some news. David McNulty is in the top 10.
Who needs practice, yeah? Let's go.
And look at all the battery he's got. He's got heaps.
He's just cruising along at the moment.
Just remember, if he dies, it's on YouTube, not me.
Yeah, we'll take partial credit for that. Aslan Lazani
I'm
down
taking
here.
full credit. I am taking full credit.
Aslan's been pretty strong over the last couple of weeks, and surprised to see him down here in P11. I used to seeing him a little bit higher. He's currently 5th in the championship, is Aslan. A couple of top 10s in the bag, and even a podium, so...
Ethan Cotton in to get rid of those soft tyres now.
It's about time that those softs start to die away. So that lap 8, lap 9, maybe lap 10, but yeah, you'd be pushing them now.
So the first of our pit stops complete by Ethan Cotton. Obviously everyone charged with doing one mandatory pit stop. Aslan maybe just cruising around on those hard tyres in P10. Will make a late charge, but there's other hard tyres in front of him too, though. So Gerald Chu, fan favourite, one of those, and Aaron Gavin as well, who started up high. And after an early little issue, Aaron's just really sorted himself out now. He's cruising around nicely in P5. He's within DRS and Mike Denoldi. So he'll be happy with the way his race is faring after a poor start.
Meanwhile, we're back at this front battle between Jesse McLean and Donny Sadewa, the sequel of the battle from earlier. Jesse came out on top before. Who will come out on top this time?
Donny's just been slowly reeling him in over the last lap and a half since Raditya exited stage right.
He's close this time,
Yeah, look at this.
but he doesn't have a lot of battery to use. He's gone to the inside, and he's done it easy. But he's gone deep. Does that compromise his exit? No, not too much so. Donny gets into the lead and wins this battle easily.
Obviously, Jesse forgot to use his telekinetic powers there.
Probably didn't see him coming, as Alex said. He just came out of nowhere, really. He made that look really easy down in turn 1. Got it done well and truly before the braking zone. So that's the lead of the race. Back to Donny Sadewa.
Zach Graham is still out there on the soft compounder tyres. They will be screaming at the moment, but he's holding pace with these guys. So this is working out rather well, and he'll be able to go on to the hards to the end.
Well, good. Soapy's had some shitty luck in the last couple of weeks, so I'm just keeping a special eye on him tonight. He's due for a good race, so if that's what this ends up being with this soft to hard strategy, I'm all for that. Looking nice up here in P8 at the moment. And as you said, just keeping pace, really, with Gerald Chu, fan favourite, in front of him.
Gerald is on those hard compound tyres though, but even then he's keeping with the drivers ahead of Mike Dinaldi, Aaron Gavin, Keelan Dryberg, and yep, Zach's in, so they will go to the hards from here. Well, he's a bit of a DRS train out front. We've got Mike Dinaldi leading Aaron Gavin and Keelan Dryberg. Aaron is on those hard compound tyres and is closing ever so slightly on Mike Dinaldi.
Oh, interestingly, Zach Graham has gone on to the mediums.
Why? No, why?
No, why?
Why?
Do the mediums
I think Ethan Cotton went onto the mediums as well.
The mediums go 18 laps?
Yes.
Oh, I don't think they would. I don't think they go much longer than the softs would.
I mean, oh, Radicia again getting all sorts of crossed up there, which allows David McNulty to move his way up to P8. Pressure
Bender
from
having
the
a
great
blinder
man.
of a race.
Oh, gets a little bit of help there out of the downhill turn 11. Say 11.
Paul saying mediums that can stretch, but the hards are a much better race tyre.
Soft to medium. Yeah, if you're going to be running softs, I'd be doing soft hard, and I wouldn't run the softs that long, but maybe that's what he was doing. He just wanted to stretch them out. He wants to stretch out both sets of tyres, have good pace when he's got it, drive safely when he doesn't. We'll see how it plays out.
I'll be honest, I don't know how well it's going to play out. I'd much prefer running the hards, because typically the theme has been opposites to last game, the hards have been a rather great tyre to be on compared to the softs and mediums. But looks like Radici is going to go up the inside of David McNulty into turn 1. David doesn't fight it too hard, but he doesn't need to. Although, they're still going at it.
Radici got DRS though.
Now Bender's going to try around the outside, can't do it there. Tries at the exit, can't do it there. So Radicia holds on to that P8 position for now, but there is another DRS coming. Of course, this has invited Aslan into the party.
Aslan's been hanging around. He's not really putting a great deal of pressure on them, but he is hanging around.
Got a bit of wheel spin there on the exit of turn 10 or whatever that is.
Just lighten up those rears.
I feel like that's part of our rev bug. There goes Bender. See you, Bender. It's not a
He's
DNF.
alive though.
It's not a DNF. Play on. Don't you dare forfeit or anything. Get back on track. Good boy.
He's alive.
Never in doubt. Play on. It's not a DNF. It's not a DNF, people. He's still in P11. He's still on for a good result.
And I think he's still got all his front wing there as well.
It's fine. Carry on.
Just a little bit of a setback, but nothing too major for Mr. McNulty.
Mike Dinaldi's jumped into the pits. Sorry, he reckons 12 laps is just about as far as he wants to take those mediums.
He jumps onto the hards predictably.
Ethan Cotton's on fresh mediums here. He will know that David in front has just had a little spin. So he'll be looking to put the pressure on here, knowing that David will be trying to protect his tyres and cool them down after that spin. There's a yellow flag.
That's Radicia Kiswaro.
Oh no.
I think Aslan just got past Radicia as well, so maybe just lighting up the rears too much on the exit of this corner, trying to hold on to position.
Ethan just warming into this battle here, closing the gap. Every corner you can see him just sneak in a little bit closer, a little bit more confident under braking, and he's lining him up now. Although Bender got a very nice exit out of there, so it's going to take a really good run up here under DRS from Ethan Cotton to get anything done. I don't think he's going to be close enough. Bender
has a lot of ERS as well to use.
He does, and he's using it. He's got it on through the corners, does he not?
May need to give give Mr. McNulty a bit of a slap over the wrist for that one.
What's he doing there? No wonder he spun. Into the pits he
And
goes.
he's coming
I reckon.
in.
Yeah, good call. Good call. So hopefully he goes on the hard tyres.
A lot of drivers coming in now. They'll be pretty trash for this first lap, but once you get some tyre temp in them, they will be flying. As we see, Bizan get very deep. They are very cold as you bring them out, so Cotton should get this done pretty easily, you'd expect. Although, Bizan's using his ERS to stay ahead. But on exit, Ethan gets the better line. But Bizan's still there.
He still wants to
Side
battle
by
for
side.
it. He still wants to
not
battle
going
for it.
well.
Oh! Good driving. Both of them left enough room for either driver, and they got through safely. That's good battle. Ethan comes out the victor and moves himself up into P7.
Keelan Dryberg has a 5-second penalty for speeding in pit lane.
Oh, dear.
Currently P10. Interesting. We've got Bizan ahead of Denaldi on track. Bizan's had a very solid race so far, to be honest.
Yeah, he's looked pretty pacey.
Donnie's in. Donnie is in the pits.
He is.
Jesse has continued on. So two of the hard runners who are yet to change onto the mediums for the end of this race. And Tom Maloney as well needs to come into the pits.
This is a good shot. Good shot of Donnie here. What are we doing? What are we doing? I want to move away from this, but I'm compelled to stay.
Oh, there it is.
View I've ever seen.
What? I didn't know whether he was still in the pits or what we were doing there. And there was no on-track battle, so I thought we'd see how that played out. And it wasn't as funny as I thought it'd be.
So
I think it was funnier than I probably thought it'd be. Maybe it's not as exciting.
Sky Sports realism.
This is another example of cold,
There's nothing
hard
there.
tyres. Donnie's on really fresh, cold hards here, and he can't get any warmth into them. Tom Maloney says, thank you very much. He goes straight around the outside, easy peasy.
Of course, Tom does need to come into the pits sooner enough. And I think this is what Jesse's trying. I reckon Jesse will be in this lap for the hards.
And just hoping that Tom would do something to hold him up just a little bit, playing the team game.
He's not coming in.
No, he's continuing on.
He's 8.5.
Don't tell me he's not even going to go into his beloved hards.
Oh, you reckon he's going for the medium soft?
Oh.
Ooh. So if that's the case, he'll want to go another 4 or 5 laps then, he reckons?
Yeah. To be honest, I reckon a medium soft is probably better than a soft medium.
Yeah, at least get your soft tyres when you got low fuel and you get an extra lap of life out of them, an extra lap of pace.
Well, I mean, there hasn't really been a safety car on that virtual earlier on, so... And I reckon Tom might be on the same strategy, so the Williams are helping each other out.
Yeah, so they should. Both Kovacs lads probably both on TeamSpeak together and talking things through and making sure they don't double stack every week and having a strong season.
You need to get to the end of lap 18 to swap to softs.
Well, his paces look pretty good so far. As I said, 8.5 seconds out the front there. He's got enough room to really just take a little break here at the moment. So Donny Sadewa, the man on screen, is who he's battling. And Donny's trying to undercut him with the medium-hard strategy. Donny in a little bit of traffic, though, because he's had Tom plonk himself in front of him. So, yes, he's getting DRS, but how difficult will Tom make this for him in an effort to try and improve the likelihood of his teammate not being undercut? Can he buy him a little bit of time?
He is at the moment.
He is, absolutely. Tom just going about his business, just driving the racing line, asking Donny to do the right thing. Oh no, Zach Graham Soapy, my man, he's DNF'd again.
And it's full safety car.
Safety car.
Oh, that's a move under safety car, Donny, unless Tom's coming into the pits there, which I think he is. Yeah, okay.
Good timing for Tom there.
And it's good time for Jesse as well, because he's gone past the safety car, so he'll be able to come in, put on some fresh tyres and come out well into the lead of this race. And this also helps the drivers who started on hards, so Gerald True and Aslan Lyzani.
Yes, exactly. What tyre does Jesse go on here, though? It can't be softs. It can't be 12-lap softs. He's got to go hard now.
Well, that's the thing. You're under safety car for a few laps.
Ooh, yes, indeed. Oh, wouldn't want to be the man making the decision now. Oh, what would you suggest? What are you doing here? You got 13 laps to go. Are you going on to the softs?
Softs.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Safety car. You've got, 3 laps under safety car. And, yeah, you'll get to the softs you'll be really only starting to use the softs up come lap 20. It seemed like, unfortunate there, Soapy, Zach Graham, just saying it was a little silly error. I mean,
Yo!
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
EA server problem or something else?
Could this just be an OR problem, an OR account problem? Maybe, I don't know.
Interesting.
Also, I think
what
Aaron Gavin had a drive-through for being on the safety car just before we got kicked out there.
Well, it is during safety car, so that's reasonable timing. Well said by you, Joe. We can cop that just for now. First error that's ended your race, Zach, mate. I was rooting for you. I was right behind you tonight. Asked the boys. I said, I'm here for Zach tonight. So it was a painful DNF to see. Okay, stop that then. Let me put something else.
Yeah, seems others are still going out on track, so this is purely a problem that we've got.
Yes, no apologies. This is a little bit of a us problem, but hang out here for just a minute. We'll be right back, I'm sure. Righto. Roger that. Will do. We will be right back. Bear with us. I'm sure we won't miss too much. Oh, look at that. Still under safety car.
Back.
No worries.
There be racing cars here.
Oh my goodness. Sorry. I have a mouthful of hot sausage right now. Take
Well,
that,
we'll
take that
then, bro.
innuendo where you want to go with it.
We've just been kicked off of YouTube.
Demonetized. Full track map. Beautiful. Happy days. Still in a safety car. Missed nothing. What did Jesse do? What tyre did he go on? He's on the softs.
Softs!
He's on the softs and he's got hard tyres behind him. And then the medium tyres of Gerald Chu and Aslan Lizani, when they came off their hards, we said that was the perfect spot to do it. They've gone on to the mediums. A couple of drivers have gone on to softs as well. Tom Maloney and Radicha, early pitters under safety car, and then Keelan Dryberg, Aaron Gavin and David McNulty also. But this looks like it is well placed for Jesse McLean, who gets a chance to recharge his battery. And he's on soft
safety car
tyres.
is in.
So if he can pull away to a 1.5, maybe 2 second gap early on with these soft tyres, he is in the box seat. But those tyres will fall off towards the end of the race. And those last 3 or 4 laps, he will be sweating bullets trying to keep the delta to Donny Sadea and Mohamed Faizan healthy. Mohamed Faizan, who's had a great race, the best of the field so far, up 7 positions, will start from P3 as the safety car departs us, and he's got a really good run here on Donny Sadea. I tell you what, he's going to go up into turn 1 on the outside of Donny Sadea. Oh, a little bit of rubbing is racing there between the two of them, which is only helping Jesse McLean to stretch his legs out the front. Mohamed gets him.
Nice move. And Radicchi's got a 3-second penalty as that is Bart Serwitz out the back. Was spun around at turn 2.
Oh, he did the same thing lap 1 too, so I don't know if it was lap 1 or lap 2, but Bart on cold tyres, not having a fun time here in Bahrain. Making the same error at both starts. But Jesse McLean, a 1.5 up the road already from Mohamed Faizan in P2, who got Donny Sadea off the safety car restart. Alex.
I was just going to say, meanwhile, Jesse's just extending that gap out in front, so he would have loved that safety car and is loving those soft tyres at the moment. He's just got to make sure he looks after them.
Someone who isn't loving the soft tyres at the moment, though, is Aaron Gavin, who I believe has that drive-through for being on the safety car. He's just had a spin on the softs.
How's Bender going? He's sort of just out here on his own at the moment. He's full 3 seconds up from Aaron Gavin and Bart Chevich have had little errors after the restart, and he's a 2.5 back from Radicha. So just cruising along nicely, but all we want this man to do is finish. That's all we wanted tonight, was a no DNF performance, and he's well on his way to that. He's got 8 laps to go. I'll tell you what, if he can pick up P10, he'll be pretty pleased with that indeed.
Oh, that's a nice move there from Radicha up the inside of Ethan Cotton.
Turn 1.
Oh, Ethan's had to go on hard, has he? Oh no. He's had to pit onto the hards under the safety car. Oh no. Strategy has not gone to plan for Ethan Cotton tonight.
It's a really nice train developing behind Mohamed Faizan now. I say behind Mohamed, but he's about a second up the road from Donny, so really it is Donny Sadea who is the plug in the bottle here. He's got Mike Denoli, Gerald Chu, Tom Maloney, Aslan, Keelan, they're all there.
Of course, Tom Maloney is on the softs compared to the mediums and hards of drivers around him. And the DRS will be enabled on the next lap, but Keelan Dryberg's looking to have a go at Aslan Lizani. Can't do anything yet, but I reckon with the ERS, you'll get up the inside here, and yeah, pretty easily. Up into P7 for the Red Bull driver.
Yeah, nice, just using the tyre advantage to get that one done.
We jump back up towards the front. Now, DRS has been enabled. So we'll start to see a few moves appear as we see that indicator appear on the MFD.
This is a weird DRS zone, this one. It's hardly long enough to be a DRS zone, I thought. Just doesn't get anything done. I don't know if you ever see any moves there. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure there's obviously moves there, but it just seems like a bit of a nothing DRS zone.
If you take a look at the real life Bahrain race from earlier this year, you will see that if you get the run out of the first corner after being overtaken, you can get a move back on a driver you're fighting.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. Good consolidator zone then.
It's also there
Like that
just to keep people in touch as they get into that high downforce bit at the start of Sector 2. Yeah, quite often you would have to drop back. So yeah, it just helps keep you in a little bit more touch, I think.
That's not a noob question at all, George Fowler. That's a great question. What are those 2 yellow bars?
Okay.
Alex Butler?
So the 2 bars next to the battery icon.
One's yellow, one's white.
Yes, the yellow one indicates how much ERS you've used over a lap. The white indicates how much you've recovered over a lap.
Ah, okay. So those lines reset when we cross the line, as you saw there. Donny
JC, Donny Sadewa up the inside, Mohammed Faizan.
Nice.
Faizan's trying to stay around the outside. Still got the nose there. And he's gonna have the D.
Mike Denoldi's here now too. This is a 3-way battle.
Denoldi's trying to get both of them. Can only get Donny for now, and yep, Donny drops back behind Denoldi, and Gerald was having a look for a minute there too.
Favourite's not far behind here either. He's sniffing. Oh, speaking of sniffing, too much sniff, and now everyone's involved. Oh no, it's a giant fucking car park. That's what we wanted. Oh, Jesus, no. Oh, no.
In P5.
Well, David McNulty's made it through all of it.
Enter
The
out
crate
of nowhere.
heads up in a P5. What has just happened? Oh, no.
The absolute content.
Wowee. So no
And
safety car either, though.
Half of these drivers have wing damage as well.
So no safety car, not even a VSC. They were just allowed to recover and play on, which was just chaos in itself. They all had
But
to...
I think, unfortunately, for fan favourite Gerald Chu, he was the one who incited all of that after hitting the rear end of Donny Sadewa, and then he just got a hit from behind from, I think, from another driver as well. Was that Tom Maloney, maybe?
Yeah, it was definitely Tom Maloney from behind, but you're right. I think Gerald Chu was first. We didn't have all the angles. Maybe something pushed him in, but I don't think so. I think you're right. I think Gerald, fan favourite, was the one who just got in the back
And
end.
is fighting for P4 now. He's having a look at Tom Maloney. He's having a blinder of a race is David McNulty at the moment.
Someone say podium bender? Oh, what?
No.
He's coming on for Tier 2 and Tier 1. The man knows he's going to be bringing you the content tonight, so he thought, why not just put on a show for YouTube? Oh, Jesus!
So I'm just going to put this one in here just in case you watch this back bender. It's not me. It's the other 2.
I'm
Not
moving
me.
the camera. I don't want to either. I'm moving the camera off him. I don't want to be privy to it. Oh,
I mean,
no.
he's got plenty of ERS to play with.
What else is going back here? Donny today, we're unfortunately down here in P9 and chasing around his Ferrari teammate now. Bart's had a night he wants to forget. He's had a couple of spins already. But
Even then, he's in P8.
Donny now behind him. I don't know if he's carrying a little bit of damage now because everyone else that was involved in that, Gerald Keel and Aaron Aslan, everyone's pitted. No, Aaron wasn't involved in that. He's just 6 laps off. But everyone else is pitted for new wing, new tyres.
Hashtag, I think Keelan was involved in that incident at, what's it, turn 7, turn 8, or whatever it is.
1, 2,
think
3,
it's
4,
7.
5, 6, 7, 8, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Somewhere down there, the hairpin. It was a big accident. There was a lot of cars involved.
Donny.
I'm sure Donny is carrying a bit of damage here. He looked really bad into the last corner. A lot of understeer. And then just didn't get the brakes working down into turn 1 there. Underneath the toe of his teammate Bart Chervitz, just carried way too much speed in there. So I think he's just going to try and carry some damage around these last 4 laps and not concede any more positions and hang on for P8.
Mike Denoldi's made an error.
He's just made a big error, yeah. I was going to say he was only 3/10 behind and now he's nearly 2 seconds behind. So just jumped on board at the wrong time there for Mike Denoldi.
He's now starting to fall back into the battle between Tom Maloney and David McNulty.
It's almost the one to watch now at the moment, really, is that it's almost becoming a battle for the podium places. And I know there's a second and a half and no DRS there, so he's got a lot of work to do, but...
Bender's got to start using his ERS. There's not too long to go. He's got to start thinking about using that ERS.
I was going to say, someone go yell at him and tell him to use it, but don't do anything. I actually don't want the camera here at all. I've already said that. Just, I don't know. Tell you what, this man up the front, how about this? He's 6 seconds clear, which was about the gap we said he needed to hold on. He's only got 3 laps to go now. And whilst these tyres won't be necessarily quick now, he's just got to make them last. He's just got to get over the line. He's got a 6-second gap. He has done really well with that lap 1, turn 1, around the outside of 2-car overtake. Put himself up in a P1, then defended valiantly from a couple of drivers who came at him. And is looking very nice up there in P1 for a second race victory in OOR in almost as many weeks. Where were we last week? No, Syria last week. So he won Australia and then had a week off from winning, and now he's back at it again. So looking really good, Jesse McLean. Mohamed Faizan, as we said, is having a ripper of a race as well. He's up 8 spots to be currently sitting in P2, and he's a second and a half clear of Mike Dinaldi, who himself is a second and a half clear of this man, who's up 5 spots after going sideways in qualifying. So a couple of really good results here on the board at the moment. A couple of nights to forget for some drivers. That's the Legends series for you. It seems to be that you have some up weeks and some down weeks.
Seems to flow like that.
John in chat saying whoever is the Williams chief strategist really needs a raise.
Oh, I wonder
Why
who that
do I
is,
get the
John.
feeling he might be talking about
I
himself?
wonder who that is, John. Raise granted.
A raise from 1 zinger box to 2.
Yes. Hey, how about that? You didn't get into the zinger boxes there, John? Oh.
Actually, no. From a zinger box to a zinger crunch box.
Nah, pass. Nah, I can't do
Pass?
Nah, is that the one with the nachos in it? They
Yeah.
got the little dried chips or what? Nah, didn't do it for me. Because I thought they were going to be dry and crunchy, and they came out like soggy. The zinger sauce had got into them and made them soft, and I was just...
You clearly just had a bad batch.
All right, maybe that's the case. I was disappointed in the zinger crunch, and I've gone back to the zinger stacker since then. Let's put the camera on. 2 laps to go, Bender. 2 laps to go. That's all you got to do. Hang on.
He's got to defend from Ethan Cotton to stay in that top 5, though. He's got plenty of ERS to use, so... Oh, and Aaron Gavin's gone around again at turn 1.
A night to forget for him, I think.
There's a few of them. But we're in lap 27 now, so as long as Aaron crosses the line the next time, he'll be classified and he'll pick up some points for tonight. That's Keelan Dryberg also facing the wrong way in Sector 2 there.
Isn't it a 90% classification?
Yeah, 90%. Wouldn't we be there by now?
Yeah. So I think either way he'll be classified from this point.
Yep. So just get some points. You'll be happy with that. 2 laps to go, and Ethan Cotton has closed this gap now. He's within...
He has no ERS though. Bender has a bunch.
Yeah, but does Bender know where his ERS button is?
I think he's just waiting until the last lap, which, I mean, not ideal circumstances, but we'll give him a talking to.
David Lance Stroll McNulty doesn't know where his ERS button is. Radica Kaswara has gone past Bart Chervitz in the background.
Oh, and Aaron's had another off.
I believe that's Bart trying to pass Radica, actually. So those two battling as well behind here, but this is the one we want to watch. 2 laps to go. Bender's up in the top 5 at the moment, but Ethan looking very likely has been closing this gap. Got the DRS open here.
Bender's get such a nice exit out of the corners.
It's not the first time we've seen him just walk away from that little hairpin there. So clearly some nice traction in the Alpine setup tonight. But Ethan is right up behind him here now.
Use your ERS, Bender! Bender! ERS!
He might
Oh
have
wait, no, there's DRS up here.
Oh, he got there before... Ethan got to the DRS line before Bender. So I reckon you're right. I reckon Bender's played the big brain move and is now going to get DRS back on him.
There's a yellow flag.
Who's that back there? Tom Maloney was facing the wrong way at one point. Bender's got him back with the DRS. He's gone big brain.
Bender's in P4.
Up into the top 4, David McNulty. Ethan Cotton, unsure what to do. He'll have this little DRS zone here, but this isn't a one that makes moves, I don't think. So Bender hanging on to P4 now.
Aaron Gavin's around again, and look, Tom Maloney's Gavin. Look at Ethan Cotton, not quite.
We are getting our money's worth with this one.
And Bart's gotten past Raditya.
Yeah, Bart and Raditya have been battling for a couple of laps now. I'm sorry I can't watch that one, but as I said, we're just holding it up here now at the moment while these three go hammer and tong. Although that is a 3-way battle back there as well.
Donny's looking at Raditya now.
Donny and Raditya starting up well high in the grid positions on this race, so just trying to scrabble as many points back as they can before this one closes out for the night.
They started on the front row, these two.
Yep.
And look, Donny's going to get the move done, but we better move up to Jesse McLean soon. He's going around the final corner now.
It's all happening up here too, though, as Bender holds on for dear life from Ethan Cotton, who's shoved it up the inside there, I think, but Jesse McLean is another winner. Nice work. P1 again. Mohammed Faizan with a really, really strong race, up 8 spots. Finishes in P2. And it looks like...
Oh, we got a side-by-side to the line between Tom Maloney and Ethan Cotton.
Tom Maloney,
and Bender comes home in P4.
Tom Maloney just got him at the last corner there. Nice one to get that one back. David McNulty, hats off. Said DNF is not on the cards tonight. And when I don't DNF, I do get up in the places. So P4, nice work. Mike Dinaldi will be happy with P3. He'll jump on the podium after starting from 6th. Tom Maloney with a little spin there, 2 laps to go, managed to scrabble 1 spot back.
I think Keelan Dryberg's gone around.
Ethan Cotton having a nice little battle there with Bender and Tom Maloney towards the end, finished in P6, down 1 spot from his 5 qualifying position. Bart Chervietz is P7, Donny Sadewa, Raditya Kaswaro and Gerald Chu round out the top 10. Aslan Lazani, Keelan Dryberg and Aaron Gavin will bring home some points from outside the top 10.
I imagine Bart will probably be not too disappointed with the end there, considering after the first lap or second lap he was at the back of the field.
And a minute and a half down.
P7.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, that's a great recovery drive there from Bart Chervietz, especially considering he's actually gained 5 positions from where he started.
Just shows you what can happen if you just stick with it.
I mean, Mohammed Faizan on the podium gained 8 places? That's a great drive from Faizan.
Yeah, huge. Massive race to put himself up there in P2.
And Aaron Gavin's given it a bit of a whirl on the final straight there, and that is it. Jesse McLean, P1 for a 2nd time this season.
David McNulty is your Codemasters driver of the day, and right up until the last lap, I was going to say it was Mohammed Faizan, but you almost have to give it to Bender, don't you?
Look, I actually think it's pretty close, because you could have the argument that Bender may have lucked into a lot of those 10 positions, but either way, he kept in a straight line, which he hasn't done all season, so I think that's a fair old effort from Bender McNulty.
We'll give our driver of the day to both of them. How about that? They share driver of the day.
I think luck plays a big part of strategy normally anyway, so you can't just say, oh, they just got lucky.
Yeah, you got to be there. Right place, right time. And he was.
It's like George Russell getting the podium last year.
No luck involved in this man's race today, though. He was really strong from pole. He overtook pole and went from 3 to 1 in the first corner. And then, as I said, just defended from all comers. All very fast drivers, all putting pressure on him. And he held out and watched them all spin in his mirrors and took off into the distance. Nice work. Very strong race from Jesse McLean. Again, no penalties as well. Really goes to show what you can do when you keep your nose clean, put it together at the right time. Another P1. So just
Yeah, I don't even think I know who he is anymore.
No.
No penalties,
And
no
with
hards.
no hard tyres, right? Didn't he do medium soft? Who is this man? Just waiting for the lobby to update here so we can get a screen grab of the results for our man Declan Hollingshed. Looks like we're struggling to get over there now. I wonder if that's something to do with me disconnecting during the session.
Hollingshead.
It's Hollingshed.
Yeah, I know. I like mispronouncing names.
No, it's definitely not Hollingshed. It is Hollingshead. He's making a shed company. We're not going to get results here, apparently. That's definitely not my fault, Deckers. That is something to do with this disconnecting, I would assume.
Thank you, Codemasters.
More good things coming from Codemasters. That's okay. No worries. It's fine. We are off to Tier 2. Alex Imey, thank you very, very much for joining us tonight and covering the very large boots of Jacob Weatherburn. You did exceedingly well.
An enjoyable experience as always.
And Alex Bowen, of course, to you as well. Always a pleasure having you in here. You carry Tier 3. Absolutely really good stuff from you.
Thank you, as always. It's always a pleasure commentating Tier 3, because my God, do they produce some fantastic racing.
Has it thrown any spanners in your work, the fact that you just saw a soft medium or a medium soft and that they both work?
Look,
are you going to have a think about that now?
I will say I will be putting some deep thought into that now. I reckon, yeah, could see a few surprising strategies tonight. And I mean, if we're clear of safety cars in Tier 1, who knows? I mean, either way, I'm probably just going to give away part of my strategy now. I'm going to be starting on the mediums. I'm not going to touch the hards on the start. I actually like getting a decent launch. Thank you.
All right, well, good luck in Tier 1. Stay with us.
Thank you.
YouTube chat. We will be back around about 6:30 for Tier 2. Won't be too far away. Bear with us. Nearly ready to go now. Tier 2 coming at you. Jamie Conboy here with you as always, and very soon to be joined by the great David Bender McNulty, who will tell us all about his Tier 3 performance. Goodness me, I know we were all very excited about that, but I'm sure he's just grabbing himself a little bit of a feed at the moment, recovering himself, maybe spraying himself with a bit of champagne. Until then, the second of the three J's, and probably the fastest of the three, Justin Tate is here, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to you, sir.
Well, I've been improving lately, so hopefully.
Mate, you're looking really strong on the Porsche. You're looking really good.
I'm getting there. I had a big mistake last race. I don't know if you guys caught it. Actually, no, I did watch it back, and yeah, you did catch it. I nearly went over the barrier coming into Forest Alba at Bathurst. But,
yes, I do recall that one.
Yeah, that was the only mistake I made. The only time I left the track or tried to leave the track. So I still finished ninth, which is amazing considering I had a 51-second repair time. It was very, very wrecked, that car. That must be one of the highest damages I've ever had to repair in a race. So
did you return to the pits for that one, or did you manage to make it back?
I managed to make it back because I sort of rolled down Conrad and didn't go past fifth gear sort of thing, just sort of cruised along.
Andre?
And got in. I didn't want to go down a lap. Yeah, actually, I don't know.
No, you didn't. What would you end up finishing? P9?
P9, yeah, where the guys I was racing finished P5 and 6, so it would have been only a couple of spots extra if I hadn't had that little oopsie. But yeah, I managed to survive on slicks in the wet pretty well, where I think a number of people had issues during that period because we had that rain that was like wet for 5 laps maybe, where it was actually wet enough for wets.
Yep.
For about 5 laps. So it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. You probably only would have been about 5 or 6 seconds a lap faster, but then it's like, is that worth a pit stop? And
it was a weird sort of rain because it went to wet, and the track definitely said wet. And then while it was still continuing to rain, it went back to damp. Even though it was still raining, I'm like, how does a track getting wetter go from wet to damp? Anyway, what do I know?
Yeah, it was just, I think it was just the rain was actually so light at that point. It definitely had, like, that it was only going to be that maximum a 10-minute window. And that's why most people didn't swap, I think, because it literally was just a 10-minute window coming. You could see it coming on your telemetry. And I was like, well, I'm going to risk it, I think, and suss it out and see if I need. And I didn't want to. The tyres got really cold, though. Like, they were down at, like, 23 PSI for me. So I was worried about touching curbs and popping them. So had that happen before. Not going to have that happen again.
Well, you wouldn't.
It's an interesting game.
You wouldn't be too displeased with a P9. I would suggest it's a tough track and mini enduro there, 90 minutes. That's a good little event. Big fan of that, the 90 minutes at Bathurst.
Yeah, it was very, very fun. It was a good challenge. It's just, yeah, awesome. I don't know. Like, yeah, I've always been a sprint fan, but like actually driving enduros is quite fun, if that makes sense. Like, no, I think the problem is a lot of sprints are too long for sprints. You still have to drive economically or careful on the tyres, that sort of thing. There's no, in Australian motorsport, we have 10 and 12 lap races. That's our sprints, and that's like, you just go absolutely nuts. there's no holding back. You've got your one set of tyres. There's no pit stop. You just go flat stick, make it to the end, and so qualifying is quite important. And being able to pass really efficiently is super important too. Where, like, I swear, most forms of motorsport, like the F1 and stuff, they still have a pit stop in their sprint race, and so they're still managing tyres and they're managing everything rather than just going and seeing how fast they can go. Rather than doing 10 qualifying laps, they do 25 pretty fast laps, but not really.
Well,
anyway,
on to a formula of the more open-wheeled variety. Andre Mcleod currently quickest after spinning on his out lap. I saw it, Andre. 28.8 currently sits at the top of the tables. He'd be pretty pleased with that. Brian Tan, the current championship leader, comes across the line and goes quickest. Not by much. 5 thousandths is the current breadth of proceedings between himself and Andre Mcleod. And Ben Curtis up there as well, not far behind, only 3 tenths back. But this man, as I said, currently leading the championship with a couple of top 10s and podiums and a few wins in the bag. He's doing nicely up there.
Ferrari lads have been very fast.
He's creating a bit of a gap for himself, Justin. I'd be surprised if anyone can catch him this race. Ben Curtis, Bevis Lau, Robert Wenzel, another 3 behind him, and they are 80 points back. So it'd take a pretty poor performance from Brian Tan in this particular round 4 for any sort of change in the top of the table.
And we have a points drop system. Has that started to kick in yet?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, there's drop rounds for sure. And yeah, Brian Tan's drop round was last week when he only scored 28. The other 2 rounds, he's got 100 and 100 because he won them. So he's looking really sharp up there at the top.
Righto. So it's really important to keep showing up and having a good round whenever you can, and not punishing yourself more than once.
100%.
Right? Is it just one race?
It is just the one drop round, and if you don't show up to a race, it doesn't count as your drop round. You just get a 0 for it. So your drop round is a round that you participated in. It just means that you can't say, "Oh, I don't like Monaco, so I'm not showing up to it, and that'll be my drop round." No, it doesn't work like that.
It'd be more like my wife booked something and I got to go do something, so I'm allowed to have the drop round.
Oh, who was that facing backwards back there? I think that was an Alpha Tauri.
It is
doing backwards things back there. Dale Beveridge comes across the line with a 145s. I'm not sure if he had any issues on his lap that we missed in the first section of it anyway. Risky Ranger's popped himself up there in a P4 while we weren't watching. He's doing very nicely with a 29.165.
Those 28.8s, that's pretty fast.
It is.
That's very fast. What did the Tip 3 guys do?
They got into the 28s, the 2 of them at the top. That was Donny Sadewa and Radicha Kaswaro, who got 28.8s. One was a 28.7 actually. One, I think it was Donny on pole with a 28.7. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's close to the mark. A 28.7 and a 28.8. The top 2 times in Tier 3.
It'll be interesting to see what these guys do on there as the track comes good. As we all know, in F1 it likes to give the last 5 minutes an extra half a second or so, I think, almost always, and jumbles them around at the end, which is always fun.
Who is that down there? There's a Luke down there. I think that's Luke Bannister.
I was thinking that myself. I'm like, there's just a one-named person.
We're getting some information that is indeed Luke Bannister. Now, I don't know a great deal about him, but he's been a while longer than I have, and he's just making a reappearance, is my understanding. So, welcome back to you, Luke Bannister, with a 29.806. That's pretty handy. He's plonked himself right behind the boss man and the admin of the series. He's obviously very smart. He's like, you know what? This is where I want to be for most of the proceedings. I just want to hang out behind these boys who are experienced and I know what they're doing. And
yeah, Mr. Neil Alexander hasn't had the best of luck in his races so far. He's had a couple of coming acroppers in other people's accidents, and just sometimes. And then on recovery drive, he had the safety car, poor timings, like right after he pitted, and it's just
he's due for a good one.
So I reckon he can do all right. He goes all right at this track normally. When I've raced in the F1 series myself, I remember racing him here and having good old battles. So I'm sure he'll.
Frankfurt, his McLaren teammate, returns this week after missing Austria last week. And currently up there in P8, looking pretty strong at the moment in the middle of the field. 3/10 quicker than his teammate at the moment. So, again, another race I know Neil is looking at race pace more than qualifying pace. He was in chat earlier watching Tier 3 with us and saying that he's completely washed and he's had enough and he's over it and he's slow at the game or something like that. And I said, no, hang on, sort it out. You'll be right. So he's got another couple of tenths in him, I'm sure. But as you said, Justin, he just needs some luck, the great man. He has one good race. I'm sure it all turns around. Maybe this is the one.
Definitely. He seems to be putting himself in the right spot too, because there's so many races where he was just doing super well and avoiding all the accidents. But then again, it's just that last bit of extra bad luck that just catches him. Because again, the predictable ones, he's not getting in the predictable crashes. He's just getting in the chaos ones. It'll be interesting to see if the other Ferrari can end up the front. Is that Jai?
Yeah, Jai, Momo coming across the line now to post a 29.2.
Because he's been quite quick. He's just been a little bit inconsistent with his having a few spins and that sort of stuff. Maybe just having a bit of an aggressive setup for the race. That is. Again, it's amazing how much easier the car is to drive if you just dial it back a couple of tenths and give it a bit more stability rather than outright pace. And that's for example is something that Neil's been doing. He's been qualifying further back, somewhere around 10th to 15th, and then in the race ends up somewhere near the top 5 at any given point in the race too. So yeah, if you give yourself a nice easy car to drive, you give yourself all the advantages, unless you are hardcore practicing on that twitchy fast setup, which these games seems to really like. As we got Andre setting the new fastest time, 2 tenths ahead, 8-6.
And Ben Curtis crosses the line, his Alpine teammate, and puts himself into the 28s as well. So that's now 4 drivers who have broken the sub-29 barrier. 2 Alpines in the top 4. Looking like a really strong showing from them, which they will need if they want to continue to chip into this gap that Ferrari hold at the top. They did last week. They picked up 13 points on them. It's currently Ferrari at the top with 242. Alpine sitting in second with 200. They are 42 points behind with a maximum of 150 points on offer for the constructors. So, good showing, good start so far. Ooh, was that out there in the beach? As we drove past, I'm not sure who that was. Someone was well out there in the blue stuff.
Either Aaron or Robert. It was one. Oh, red. Oh, that. I'm just like, when the track went red, I'm like, hang on, red flag. No, it's
red flag. Yes. That's what we want. Chaos somewhere. What's happened?
My brain just thinks that immediately.
Yeah, no, fair enough too. Fair enough too. Qualifying lap on a Codemasters game. Someone's driven a forklift on the road or something.
Yeah.
How's our man Decker's going here as he comes around the final corner? Looks like he's heading into the pits.
He decided he wasn't going faster this lap, so pulls it in. I think he was looking to complete a lap there, and then he last minute went, I'm under my delta, so I'm going in. All right, so it's actually, again, pretty close. Still only about a second between everyone that's done a decent lap. It's actually really close if you just take away Neil and Ethan there down at the back, who were only, they're a couple of tenths off the back.
Well, Dale Beveridge just improved. Where did he go?
He just went up to P16.
17, okay. Yeah.
Oops. As who's the person that hadn't finished a lap? They've just finished a lap. Who was that? That was Brody Mick, was it?
I don't know who was last to post a lap, but no, you're right. Everyone there now. The whole field, all 19 drivers are within 1.1 seconds. You love to see it.
Yeah. Got a feeling it's going to go a little bit faster again. The pace has just crept up, and I don't think Brian got a good lap that one. He pitted before he completed his lap again.
Very interested to see how this man goes tonight. Had a interesting qualifying session where he got in the way of 1 or 2 drivers last week at Austria. Then in the race, DNF'd. I think he DNF'd early. No, he didn't DNF. He had a couple of spins. He actually ended up bringing it home. So he finished. He crossed the line, obviously in a very lowly position, but he's got pace in there. He's currently sitting up here in P8. So the man's clearly quick. So let's see what he can do tonight with a full night in front of him to try and press YouTube here for Tier 2. Looks like he's about the only car on the track on a lap at the moment, so we'll stick around with him for a little bit longer and see how he goes. Andika Rifki Mulana. How'd I go with that?
Better than I would have.
Probably pretty close, isn't it? I'm sure he won't. I'm sure he'll forgive me for butchering something part of that.
I would love to point out that he's only 200ths ahead of P being in P12. Like he is. There's 4 people within 2 100ths right in the middle of the pack there.
Yeah.
Very, very close.
There's 5. There's 5. I mean, himself, Corbin, Deckers, Luke, and Aaron Heather. And then Bodie Mix not far behind either. Look how close that is. That's ridiculous. P8 down to P13. That's insane.
And he didn't improve his time that time. But again, yeah, there's just the wind blowing a slightly different direction for half a lap and someone goes faster.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the Risky Rang has popped himself up to P2 while we weren't looking, so he's doing nicely as well.
Yes. Very close.
If that man actually has red hair, I will blow my top.
If we've had one of the Red Bulls spin around in the last corner.
Wonder if that's Andika coming into the pits or Risky on his way in. Either way, both of those guys pretty happily up here in the top 10, so they won't be too displeased. A little spin on the last corner of qualifying. 2 minutes to go too, so there's no reason they can't change those tyres over and go for one more. As you can see, a lot of drivers in the pits now. A couple of those coming out.
Yeah, I think we're about to see a big bolt out of the pits. No one
joined at the right time then.
Oh, here he is. Goodness me, you sent YouTube chat into an absolute whirl, my friend. Welcome to you, David Bender McNulty.
Thank you very much for having me. As we see, Momo, fan favourite, pop up with a 128.497. That is quick.
It's very quick.
Yeah, the old boy's still got it though.
Mate.
when I finish.
Sorry, Suma. Didn't mean to put the camera on you there. That's unfortunate. You're about the only car on a lap at that point, so I had to have a look.
I wanted to point out that he actually did a fantastic job of... That is the time you want to be off the brake, just to roll off the racing line.
Yep.
He's done a fantastic job. He's looped the back and then said, I'm going to get off the brake, so I roll off the track here, chuck it in first and drive off.
Experienced rejoin is what that was. Bender, your thoughts on that rejoin? Silence says more than real evidence ever could. Deckers, what are you doing out there? I don't know if he's getting out of the way. He's taking out the 150 board, Deckers. I don't know if he's frustrated or what he's doing out there. He's wiggling all over the DRS straight there, and then a car came past on a hot lap. I think he's setting up for a lap. He's still got 100% battery, so obviously he's just warmed himself up, but it just looked odd the where and the why and what he was doing. He took out a 150-metre board.
Alrighty.
Speaking from experience, it's not necessarily the most optimal strategy to warm up tyres. If anyone watched Bathurst midweek, you'll notice I did something similar.
Was that you? I must have missed that.
Under safety car.
No, it was
formation lap, mate.
Formation lap.
Formation lap, right. Yeah. Yeah. There's a number of spots and odd bumps offline at Bathurst, and that's probably what caught you out, especially if we were 2x2 at that point. Or was it over the top?
No, it's just coming down. Conrad just gone over one of the crests.
Yep.
Under 30 seconds to go now, so those cars coming around the final corner will be the last 2 set laps. There's an Alfa Romeo in the last sector who's not going to make it, so I'm not sure whether they're coming in or what, but the timer has run out. Momo is done. He has set the bar high. It is a 28.497 for those behind him to chase. So we'll see how they get on and go about it. Deckers is on a lap here. He's in P10 at the moment with a 29.3. He is one of 6 drivers to post a 29.3. Might be 7 now, actually.
Yep.
7 drivers to have posted a 29.3.
I've had another Aston have a spin. This is it's the first of the last laps are coming across the line there.
That's early warning signs for the Aston boys. We watched Sumo have a spin, and Berg loves a spin of his own every now and then.
It's Aaron
Berg
up.
has improved. Aaron Heather, yeah, he's improved up to a 29.2. Andre Mcleod now quickest with a 28.4.
Wow.
The Alpine on top by 11 thousandths of a second. Deckers improves into P9, shaves 2/10 off his time. Nicely done.
Here we go. Couple come in.
Beveridge comes into the pits.
Brody Mick improves as well to a flat.
Brian Tan, what can he do? Can he reply? The track has evolved. This is about as best as he's going to be able to wrangle out of it. He's been on pole before. Not enough.
Third.
Improves to P3. And if you had told him he had the fastest time 5 minutes ago and he was going to take 2/10 off that later, he would have been upset to be P3, I would think. But that's just how quick and tight it is up the top there. Two Ferraris are 2 and 3. So another good session for the Ferrari team. But we said Alpine trying to cut into their lead. Looking sharp up there with Andre Mcleod again on pole. That man loves a pole position.
I was going to say, just before those final runs, we had 10 drivers within 1/10 of a second.
Yep.
How insane is that?
It's incredibly close in Tier 2. It doesn't get much closer, mate. I'm telling you. Andre Mcleod, very nice. 11 thousandths in front of Momo and his Ferrari teammate in P3. Risky Ranger doing very nicely, only a 10th off pole in P4. Bit of a gap back to Kenneth Ang, Nick Randall, Ben Curtis, Frank Frankfurt, Bodie Mick, and Declan Hollingshed, who round out the top 10. And then, as you said, no more than a second all the way down to 17. And even those outside that second gap, they're not far away at all. So it really is a close field here in Tier 2. Doesn't get much closer than that. And as we saw in Tier 3, doesn't matter where you start, David McNulty, you can make a run at it and finish. Where'd you get? P5? P4?
P4, mate. Don't undersell me.
Oh, mate, no, there was no underselling. We were thinking you were going on for a podium when you got up to that 4 after that massive collision between 4 or 5 cars on the inside of the hairpin down there at turn 9 or whatever it was. And you just went straight through, just parted the seas. Bye, boys. Have a good one. Gave him a wave out on the way past.
Let me say, that was so funny. I saw that all happening. I'm like, what the is going on?
What is going on?
I just went right around the outside, and I thought, well, this is good. I'll get a few positions. I think I get 5.
That was definitely the "you can't park there, sir" meme. Like I opened the stream to that happening when I was coming online. I was just like, I should check out Tier 3. This is the end of that to see what's happening. And then all of a sudden, there's just 3 cars parked on top of each other and a 4th one trying to go around them, and it just was chaos everywhere.
It was bedlam. Yep. So all those cars had to pit. And the ones that you were battling with, you were on a better tyre, and you just did God's work, mate. It was really good. Good result. So that's what I'm saying. I think anyone here in Tier 2 is on for a good result too. If they can be only a second off the pace from pole, then they're definitely on. If they can keep it together.
Yeah, I think I saw a few people in chat saying, Bender, use your ERS. It's got like 70% ERS. And I'm like, well, guys, just relax.
I got this.
It's under control.
So did you, with 2 laps to go on, I think it was Cotton. Was it Ethan Cotton, I think you were battling at that point?
Alpha, he was catching me on the hards, yep.
And you stayed behind him to get the DRS on the main straight and then overtook him. Was that intentional?
I intentionally broke before the line. I thought he's alongside me, he's going to get the inside.
Yes.
I will brake, get DRS, and then pass him into T1.
The big
brain
brain
I had
move!
all the battery. And I was like, I'll just dump the battery, and then I'll park it on the apex into, turn 4, up the hill, if I need to. But he wasn't close enough. And then, of course, there was... who was it? Someone spun on the inside of the last corner. So I ended up getting P4. I think it was Tom Malone.
Yeah, Tom Maloney, yes. He had a bit of a whoopsie-poopsie there on the pit straight out of the last corner. You're spot on. So, mate, I'm telling you, Ben Diebols he was almost having kittens. He was right behind you.
I love you, Diebols.
He was getting very moist in chat there, especially when you picked up those positions. But then he was, begging for you to hang on. And yeah, what a drive! Very, very good stuff from you, mate. So we were just happy for you to finish a race. Obviously, we all went into the race saying we don't want another DNF for Bender, and that was the aim. And you said, "Stuff that! I'm coming into the commentary booth later. I'm getting a P4. I'll bring that in for you."
Oh, man. You just wanted to gloat today. That was what it was.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it didn't start off that well. I picked a different tyre strategy to the one the game gave me, so that was disappointing in the pits.
Okay. Thanks, Cody.
wanted the extra set of mediums, but computer said no.
Yeah, well, tyre strategy is interesting, actually. Alex Bowen, sure that medium hard was the strategy, but then very surprised when we saw a couple of soft runners come out onto the grid, and a couple started on hards, and so that you had a mixture of soft, mediums, and hards. There's a bit of everything in terms of tyre strategy. And, the soft-medium strat capable, the medium-soft strat employed by a race winner, Jesse McLean, who's just popped in a chat, as has Mrs. Tully. Hello to you. And Don T. Fight is on here as well. Hello. Yeah, everyone's popping in a chat now. It's getting really rowdy in here for Tier 2. Nice work on the win, Jesse McLean. He's done it again. It's 2 out of the last 3 races he's won. He's looking really strong. We're still doing our Dutch formation lap. I forgot to change that to Arabic this week. I might see if I can do that before Tier 1. No, you brought no content, Jesse. You were up the front by yourself most of the race, mate. You did really well. There was obviously the defensive battles you had to employ to get to that position, but then once you're up there, mate, you're up there by yourself, and you drove very well. So that was Bender and everyone he was battling with who brought the content. There was all sorts of bedlam occurring in the midfield at one point. But no, just a super solid drive from you. Mate, that turn 1, obviously lap 1, turn 1, that was content. That was an awesome move down there into turn 1. But other than that, you were pretty quiet. But yes, the tyre meta. What's that?
Just that camera angle is quite cool. That one, I like that.
One sitting in the grass there. Yeah,
yeah, the
grass cam.
Got a little standing there. Yeah.
Camera underneath the board there. Anyway, let's get into it. 5 red lights, and Andre Mcleod at the front. Let's see how he gets off the line. It's pretty smooth. Actually, never mind. Brian Tan's got a rocket ship start. And I tell you what, I think Andre had to dive off to the side there, and that may have taken Brian Tan out. There's 2 cars that were dead in the background. We saw Travis. Oh, there's absolute chaos. What is going on down into turn 1? This is surely a restart. What has happened in turn 1? What on earth has happened back there? There's cars everywhere. It is an absolute graveyard out here at the moment. There was 2 dead on the start. There was 10 deaths in turn 1. Brian Tan's rejoined. Bodie Mick's been disqualified for parking in a dangerous location. Goodness me, what a start to Tier 2. What has happened?
I was trying to point out one thing at a time, but there was 10 things happening at a time. It was unbelievable what was happening. Bodie Mick just exited stage right off the line. Either throttle sticky, because he had wheel issues last week. I wonder if he had something similar where he went to launch and he just had full throttle or something, because he just went right, like that was it, into the wall. And unfortunately someone got caught up in that as well. We've got some penalties handed out for Aaron and Neil.
We saw in Tier 3, Travis Murdoch had the same bug that Connor Kingston had about 2 weeks ago, where he started the race in helicopter cam. And it was a broadcast camera. It was a helicopter camera, but he still had control of the car. So he tried to get off the line, and Connor and Travis both did the same thing, where they just sort of took off and went straight into the wall. And apparently Bodie's had some trouble here too, because he's in chat and he's got all caps happening. He's very unhappy. There's Bodie Mick, and with all good reason.
I had control.
Well, all I'm going to say is I don't know what we've just witnessed. I think we should pray for the stewards' mental well-being for Tier 2.
It's going to be a huge Tuesday night in the stewards' booth for the stewards. You're spot on. So what has happened off the line? Ethan Small is the big collector. He's gone up from P19 to being P8 at the moment. Just loving life.
Last place, right? He was last place off the start.
Well, yeah, P19 is last place here in Tier 2, so that's exactly where he was. He was dead last. Just avoided all the chaos. Obviously got past the 2 who spun on the line. And then made it through turn 1 because he was pretty late onto the scene. And then he just finds himself up here in P8 now. He's had a ripping start. As has Dale Beveridge behind him just quietly. He's done pretty nicely too from P18.
And, I'm thinking Frisky Ranger and Brian Chan got together in turn 1, because I did see a Red Bull facing backwards, and that was what caused that chaos in turn 1 there. That was probably those 2 coming together, and that's what was so chaotic. P3 and P4, right? Those 2 were, and they're way down the field, both of them. So that was probably the main cause of the turn 1 accident there.
Oh,
Hopefully.
Luke Bannister and Ethan Small battling back there. It looked like Luther was going to get him done, but I don't know whether he crossed it up a little bit into the final corner, but he manages to complete the move anyway. Down the home straight and into turn 1. So everyone just still finding their way here a little bit as they start to warm into these tyres now. That's Ndika going pretty deep down the inside of Franco, but he pulls it up nicely actually and gets the move done. Franco gets off the gas there and allows him into the corner, and Ndika makes that move stick. So
Do you mind showing us the tyre strategy? I want to see what tyres people are on.
how dare you ask for such a reasonable request?
There we go. All right, so front 4 cars all on softs. Mediums for most people and a few hards in there. So Ethan that far up on the hards is actually fantastic.
That's huge. Yeah.
Huge. That was really big for him. And so Brian was on the hards too on P3, off P3. So he's still doing okay, but he's going to be a bit annoyed he's this far back. As we are watching him in this pack, he's a little bit stuck in a DRS train, I'd say.
Well, I said
Probably-
Ben Curtis, Bevis Lau, Robert Wenzel and Momo all needed a bad race from Brian Tan to close the gap. Well, it doesn't get much worse than that after lap 1 to have started from the very top of the tree to find himself now in P12. That is just what the doctor ordered for Momo and Ben Curtis. Ben Curtis currently in P3 and Momo in P1, so
I wonder if he's got pace to get past some of the guys here. Actually, we're seeing a move done in front by Robert on Ethan Small.
Suma
The other hard runner.
down the inside. Looks like he's going to make that one stick nicely.
Nice and clean. And then we're going to have, looks like Brian's going to have a go here. Whoa, gee, just doesn't have the straight line pace. He might be running a little bit more wing as he goes on the brakes. Nicely
Right.
in 5. It's there. He leaves the room and actually makes it quite cleanly. Poor Ethan's getting shuffled back. Unfortunately, he must have a little bit of lack of pace, but still had an amazing start though. That's going to be still got to be happy with where he is.
Yeah, you won't want to leak too many more positions. He's Michael Gray's about 2.5 seconds behind him though, so now he's just tucked into the back of this line here. And as the DRS is opening, he'll be probably reasonably happy. As I said, Justin, he's made up a handful of positions already, so if he can stay within a second gap of Deckers, who's gone past on the soft tyre, he'll know he's still in a reasonable position. It's not over yet.
Yeah, you just want to stay part of this train, particularly this stage of the race as well. You can charge up the battery if you've used a lot in the first couple of laps. Not falling too far behind. Everyone around you's got DRS as well, so comparatively you're not
rocket
losing
ship.
anything.
Sorry, just pointing out Luke just leaping away down that straight. That was hugely quicker than Brian. I think he must be running a lot more. Look at that. Just driving away.
Yeah, definitely some setup differences here between the Ferrari and the Alfa Romeo as they both look down here. Robert Wenzel defending the inside. And who's this up around? This is Deckers. Deckers on the soft tyre just pokes his head in and says, hey, I'm here too. Nice one around the outside there, turn 1 and up down into turn 3. Cheeky little move from Deckers. Love that.
Very good to watch. That was surprising out of nowhere. Wish we had a rear vision camera like we do when you're driving the game. Oh, we've had someone at a spin. That
Looks like Risky.
Risky Ranger. Yeah. Facing the wrong way. Back there in sector 1.
turn 3 curb probably. I'm guessing that was because it was sort of part way down the straight there. A lot of the exit curbs here cause some exit spins. This track pretty
Whoa.
Whoa!
Michael Gray. Straight into the barriers. Looks like he's still got most of his wing intact, surprisingly.
Did he keep
Must
it
have.
out of the barriers or did he just go wide there? Or
So easy to lock there. He probably was locked and ran wide. That's one of the hardest braking zones in this game. Slash in real life too. It's just such a awkward downhill hard left, followed by another left.
Yeah, it's terrible.
It's not much fun to drive. It's really easy to kill your tyres on, and I'd say he's had just a little pinch of the brake and went away. So I've just noticed these
Andre.
out the front.
Andre in the pits. Soft
Andre.
tyres, 5 laps. He's had enough of them. Straight onto the hards. He's going soft hard. So again, he completes his mandatory, comes out in P14 on the hard tyre. Andre Mcleod, your pole sitter. So that's an interesting one.
That is. That's going to be interesting.
Tom Riley really correctly pointing out that the top three have just blown away from the rest of the field. They are 9 seconds clear up the front here. Welcome to you, Preach. Used to commentate the F1s with me up here.
Good tyres while they got them.
Yeah, I mean, they're so far ahead they could even cruise a bit, you know, look after the thing. I noticed Ben Curtis there has 87% battery, so he is really actually just cruising. He's not pushing super hard. Using little tiny bursts of battery as Corbin has a bit of a look.
Suma not far behind here either. He's waiting patiently to see whether Corbin and Dale get into fisticuffs.
Another spin. Who's that? Michael Gray again, is it? Oh no. That's the way it is in this game.
Oh, speaking of spins, Suma's
Saved it! What a save! What? Yes, sir! Wow.
A little bit too much rear bias. That just looked like the rear's locked. Because it was before, it was like as he tipped in the car, it just went. So I wonder if he's got a little bit too much rear bias. As we see Dale having a look on the outside.
No, that's Corbin Hanna getting one down the inside. He's been waiting for that for a little while. Corbin's been planning that for a lap now, and he's got that one done eventually down in turn one. So up into P6 for Corbin Hanna and Dale Beveridge.
But Luke Bannister passed Rob Wenzel after that save in the last corner, so he didn't get away scot-free.
Yeah, Luke's driving a pretty tidy race at the moment, considering it's been a long break between drinks.
Tell me about Luke Bannister, Bender. Do you know much about the man who's just popped in tonight after a bit of a hiatus, I believe?
Yes, so for those OGs around, Luke was one of the inaugural winners, I think, of Tier 2. That started up, and I believe he's definitely won Tier 1 once. He might be our only two-time winner, not sure, of Tier 1 in F1.
Wow.
So definitely got the pace and the credentials.
So for those who are unaware, we've obviously got the past champions part of the Discord. You'll find that underneath F1. There'll be past champions in there, and you might be able to go look up the great man. Luke Bannister is his name.
Yes, you'll see him on there.
Doesn't have the Steam account added because we haven't got his last name tonight, but it is Luke. They know him as Luke.
This is a remnant. This is how long ago he raced. Before we started using actual names, we used,
You use Bender or JC or Ultimate
Luke was his
Local or
alias.
Ultimate Sacrifice or...
Yep, that's how old it is. He's actually also got the trifecta here. He's won, I can't remember what it was, but he won one of the first Christmas raffles.
Oh no! Oh my god! Brian missed his brake marker by a postcode there, and I thought he was going to go straight up the arse of our man Luke Bannister. We were just talking about him. Whoa, that was close.
I don't even know if he actually really missed his braking marker that much. I think he was braking as late as possible, and the others are sort of backed up a little bit because they wanted to try and get a better line through the corner, and he's just gone, oh, I'm not going to run into you, so exited stage left.
This battle's been raging for a couple of laps now between Suma, Deckers, Luke, Brian, this midfield pack. And they were up behind Corbin and Dale, but this battle has just meant that they've sort of dropped back a bit. Corbin and Dale have gapped them by about 2 seconds. But these four have swapped positions a couple of times now over the last couple of laps. So just enjoying watching them go about their business at the moment. All clean and respectful, of course, except for Brian, who almost tried to impregnate Luke at one point. So he's up behind him again now, and he'll have DRS going to turn 1. But it is a DRS train, so Luke's going to have the DRS open as well.
I just can't get over the pace difference between Luke and Brian. It's just, he's right up behind him in the draft and losing ground. Like, he's as close as he can get. That is insane. He starts the straight off right behind him. Unless Luke has unlimited battery or something, I don't know. But, man, look at the drive.
They've got the same battery, so yeah, you're right. It's obviously just to set up. The rear is a little bit lower on the Alfa Romeo potentially, and just gets out of the corners nicer. And they've got it sorted out, the Alfa Romeo boys tonight. Although it is just Luke by himself in the Alfa Romeos. Actually, the other Alfa Romeo is the missing car on the grid. And again down here, Brian Tan almost getting involved in Luke's rear end.
Oh no! Sorry, while we're watching that, Jackman Holding said he dropped it on the pit exit, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, new tyres.
The hards and warm up. Oh, he's on medium. Wow. Okay, that's a surprise.
Trying to do 20 laps on the medium. It's going to be a big stint.
Oh! See you, Luke.
That was a snap, and he caught it very well, but that means you go flying off.
That was a huge snap. Just took off.
It's the worst feeling. You catch the car, but then it just means you're pointing in the wrong direction now, and you just drive straight off the track. Oh, look at that. That drafting. Trying to get all the last bit of drafting is...
Nearly drafted him through the pit lane, did Andika there. So the
try
cars
actually.
yet to pit now find themselves at the front of the field. Andika is the leader of those. Frank Frankfurt doing nicely up here in P2. Corbin Hanna, Dale Beveridge, Robert Wenzel, Brian Tan, and Ethan Small.
Does Ben jump into the lead now? Is that what's happened there? Yeah, Ben's managed to jump into the lead by like 2 seconds.
So Momo's had an issue somewhere that has seen him, as you said, fall behind Ben Curtis, who was on the same tyre strategy.
Yeah, except he did one lap more? No. On the same age tyres, so surprised there. Did he just have a really bad stop? Like, I just...
Could have been. I mean, you do get a slower stop if you don't nail the turn in, which is just literally pushing a button.
I still haven't worked out what button that is, by the way. For the first, I reckon, 10 times, I was turning my wheel, and it wasn't working.
Yeah.
And I was like, I've turned it at the perfect point. What do you want? And I still, to this day, haven't worked out what button it is on my wheel. And I'm just like, all right, well, I'll just cop the fucking one. What is it? Like about a tenth of a second you lose out or something.
No, it's about 3.
Is it?
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
seconds, like 2-3 seconds, yeah.
You can
Oh,
get
no
a-
wonder the
you can get a-
AI keeps overtaking me in the pits. That'd be it.
Look at this, around the outside.
Nick Randall, yes sir. Nice work. Last
Oh,
week's sprint race winner at Austria says bang, thank you very much, around the outside of Ben Curtis. And if we were talking about Ben Curtis being in the lead provisionally, that would now make Nick Randall your current leader. So nice work on that one.
And he's only stopped 1 lap earlier, so his tyre should be just as good as the end of the race. Obviously, the stretching the softs that extra lap was a little bit slow. Did anyone jump onto the mediums? No, they've all gone hard.
Hollings had went from soft to medium, but I was going to say, Andre Mcleod, our previous race leader, he pit very early from soft to hard, and it hasn't worked out for him. He's down in 13th.
Yes. Guys, interesting. Yeah, it was obviously quite slow to get those up to pace. Maybe he should have gone a little bit longer on those softs. Oh no. As we swap away, who was that having his
Michael
thing?
Gray.
Michael
I
Gray.
couldn't watch it. It was hurting me.
He's had a few. He's had 3 tonight.
I'd cursed Michael Gray in Australia, and I cursed him straight off the track when he was doing nicely up there in P1. I couldn't do it to him again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a big one. I remember. I just got flashbacks to it.
Ben's still warming up his tyres here by the look of it. Down through that DRS straight there. He's doing some Essies behind Nick Randall here. So he's just working his way into these tyres. Just a reminder that Ben Curtis drives in VR, and can't get over how difficult it is to do that. It just makes it look easy. Unreal stuff.
Yeah, crucially here, he stayed within DRS range of Nick, so tyres are fully up to temperature. Should be able to start mounting an attack.
Franco up the front looks like he's just preparing a little bit of a move on Andika here. He's stayed within 4/10 of him over the last couple of laps. These guys need to pit shortly, but we've seen medium soft work out for a few drivers in Tier 3. That might be what they're trying to do, is get these mediums through to lap 20.
Luke's Karma Cropper on the turn 3 curb as well. I wonder if he
Again, Luke goes around. So it is his first race back. He gets a free pass tonight. Clearly has the pace, but obviously hasn't done a lot of work here in F1 2022, and the tyre model catching him by surprise a few times now. So, again, he gets a free pass tonight, just gets on track and gets a bit of experience around these drivers, a lot of whom he wouldn't have met before. But a very classy field here in Tier 2. He's done nicely, slotted in nicely, Luke. We're looking forward to seeing a couple more races from him later on this season.
I think the mediums appear to be going a fair bit faster. I'm just sort of watching those gaps. It's about 15... No. I'm just trying to do the math in my head. It's about 12 or 13 seconds to the provisional leader from the current leader. As Brian... No, not Brian. Robert comes in for a pit stop, so he's going to chuck the hards on. At this stage, there's no way going softs yet.
Those softs are an interesting tyre here because Alex Bowen was adamant that the softs would be useless and that it would be medium hard or hard medium, and that the softs, like every other track, would get you 4, maybe 5 laps of good running and then another 4 or 5 laps of terrible running and you'd hate your life. But we saw Jesse McLean won on soft tyres. And there was a lot of drivers who started on softs and there was a lot of drivers who ended on them. So I don't think they're as bad as Alex Bowen is making them out to be. Although Alex Bowen is top of Tier 1, so who am I to argue with her? I'm just sort of saying that the winner of Tier 3 got it done. So I am enjoying the mixture of tyre strategy that exists within this game. There's one thing that has really spiced up the first 4 rounds has been everyone on different strategies at different times, and then obviously the safety cars thrown into that as well has really worked out for some people and not for others. As Bender found out last race, you just got to be in the right place at the right time, and anyone can have a good result.
Well, that's right, and I think you're talking about the stops there. A lot of it comes down to the time in the race. I mean, I had them on the last stint. They felt pretty good, and then they just died.
So it is that bad, the soft.
Yeah, but you've got to weigh it up. You know, the hard tyres, they take 2 laps really to warm up. And you could lose 3-4 seconds on that first lap if you're not careful about it. So you kind of make it up with the trade-off of the softs, you know, hitting the cliff compared to the hard warm-up, maybe.
Yeah, very likely. I mean, seeing Brian starting on those hards is actually... It would have been interesting to see if he hadn't had that coming together with Rangers on the first corner. Because he's actually doing... Again, he's doing pretty good times now. But he's only about 10 seconds ahead of theoretical leader at the moment in Ben and Ethan. Is that right? Ethan? No, Ethan's...
No, Nick Randall. Nick Randall's gone past his teammate Ethan here. Ethan's up 15 spots, but I don't think he's pitted yet. So
yeah,
he's playing the team bane. This is exactly what he's doing. He's got Ben Curtis right behind him, who's asking him very nicely to get a hurry on.
Oh, it's really hurting Ben. He's too nice to force the issue as well. Plus, when he gets past Ethan, not going to be within DRS range of Nick. Oh, that is brutal.
Yeah. So team orders coming out to full effect here and doing really good work. As you said, Ben is the last person to force an issue.
And he's really fast in straight line again, too. Wonder if he was burning some battery to try and get DRS.
Oh, he'd be screaming at Ethan, hurry up and get in the pits, get out of my way. He'd be enjoying the DRS, but other than that, he knows he's losing time to Nick Randall, who is the first of the drivers to have pitted.
Okay, Ethan gets some DRS as we've got Robert right behind Corbin. Corbin covers the inside, but Robert's going sailing around the outside with that DRS. That overspeed proving too strong down the main straight there. Can he put a little challenge back? No, he doesn't get the best drive out of here, so he's a bit too far back to have a go, or is he?
Or is he?
Yeah,
threw his nose out there and said, I'm considering having a look. But no, I didn't get anywhere near the place he needed to be in time, so pulled out of it. But driving very nicely this season is Corbin Hanna after finishing in P2 in Tier 3 last season, moves up to Tier 2 now and is really mixing it with the lads up here in Tier 2. Currently P7 in the championship. Right behind Andre Mcleod and right in front of Neil Alexander, so he's got the big names around him. Aaron Heather has retired. Berg and DNFs name a more iconic duo. Where is he?
He died just before turn 4.
So that is a safety car, the first of the evening. Although, what has happened here? These cars are stopping on the road.
Oh, a bit of Delta.
Delta. So,
yeah, but even
this
then,
is Brian and Adhika is going to be loving this. They're probably going to keep the lead here.
And they're going to probably will, yeah. But on soft tyres, he's going to have to pit again. He's not going 14 laps on softs.
No. Really? I just feel like...
Yep, I agree. Whoa!
Why?
Oh, okay, Andre. No worries.
We're getting people putting some softs on here.
So the mediums are a good call for Brian Tan. This has worked out beautifully for him. If
the
that's...
Alpines are double stacking.
Are they going all on
bad
the
to worse.
softs or mediums?
No, you all got mediums from here, surely.
Yeah. Oh, do you get a set of fresh mediums to put on? I thought it was only one set of each.
Well, no, some of these guys, so Nick, Ben, Andre, they all started on softs and went to hards, so they'd have a set of, set of mediums. And everyone else coming in now, I think, were the hard runners. So.
Well, Brian's just got himself back pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm going to say race lead because that's exactly what he wanted. I feel sorry for Frank and Robert, who both pitted a lap or two ago. But no! Hang on.
What the hell was that?
That was wheel spin.
No. That's not wheel spin. I don't know if that's wheel spin. We just watched him come out of the pit lane.
Yeah.
So, and then it's almost like he teleported onto the track. We've seen cars teleport from, I think Spa, it used to happen, where they would teleport from the pit lane straight onto the track, and some of them would cause collisions. No. And I feel like it's just seemed like he skipped over the road there. But you're right, he was coming out of the pit lane, so he may have just lit them up and maybe a bit of lag or something. That was weird. More shenanigans here in Codemasters F1 2022. We love it. But no, you're right. Back to the main point, Brian Tan.
Yeah. So he's back up there, and he's quite quick too. Where was our pole sitter? Nick was pole, right?
No, Andre was pole.
That's
he's
right.
down in 12.
Yeah.
That early stop for hards hasn't worked out, but he's on the mediums now, so have a chance to make up some places, you think. I mean, it's tough. The fresh hards almost be as good as the mediums for the end of the race, but the warm-up after the safety car will be tough.
Yeah. Surprising Berg, there he is. Aaron Heather is in chat. Unlucky Berg. Just trying to warm up the hards, mate. Yeah, it is a task warming up the hard tyres. You're not the only one who struggled with it, that's for sure. Plenty already tonight, and in the first 3 rounds of this season, it is an absolute chore to warm up those hards. Bender was saying it no more than 5 minutes ago before you spun them up, that it is a couple of laps a second you can lose warming up those hards, and if you don't get it right, as you've so rightly found out tonight, it's a DNF on your way. So tough tyre.
It's a real throwback tonight. Obviously we've got Luke racing.
Okay.
Also got one of my former commentators in the chat, Eugene Sand, the Spaceman. Hope you are doing well, my friend.
G'day, Eugene. Someone's going to have to sit around a campfire and tell me those stories.
Oh, the mythical legends of Asia Tier 1, mate. You had to be there.
Oh,
you had to be there.
I'm excited just hearing about it. So this would have been on the Twitch days. I wonder if there's any clips hanging around.
Back in the Twitch days. So we used to split F1 into Oceania and Asia. So we had our own Asia tiers.
Oh, wow.
Myself and Eugene with Offenstadt Lake commentating those with a couple others. Yep. Oh, mate, we had everything back in the day.
Well, if you've got any clips of those, I don't know if they exist on the Octane Online Racing Twitch account or if they are somewhere else, but if there's any old school clips of yourself and Eugene, or any of Luke Bannister as well, I want to see a bit of his racecraft and what he gets up to back in the day, and if there's any of that hanging around, go and find it. I wouldn't mind a bit of...
Raj of the chat knows, it wasn't Asia Tier 1 without at least 3 race restarts.
Do we have Americas going again?
Not this season, no.
Not this season, no. Okay.
Simply not enough interest, unfortunately. Although there were a couple of late entries that a Reddit post got a bit of traction and brought in a couple of late, just about the time we kicked off the season in Hungary. So hopefully for the next season, we'll time that a little bit better. We'll get a bit of marketing out there with about 4 or 5 rounds to go. Get the North American boys to watch back the last couple of broadcasts from AP, see how much fun we have, and see if we can't get it going again for the North American folk. But the Discord continues to grow, well over 5,000 members now, and more every day. So there's no reason we can't get North America going again. Very popular game, F1 2022, even with its little bugs and nooks and crannies and whatnot. 5 tiers, it continues to blow me away how popular F1 is within OR. Good to be bringing you 3 tiers of streamed action live on YouTube.
I assume we're going to get safe car in this lap. Almost
Yeah, I think
guaranteed.
so. I can't help but think that this man is in the box seat here. I don't know if you guys have got any other assessment here. I just think those soft tyres aren't going to make it for Andika. They will make it, but he's going to be slow towards the end, and Brian Tan, having started from pole, will be wearing him like a glove. So I think he's in the box seat. Your thoughts?
Here you go. I don't know if we can put a poll up, but I don't think Andika will finish in the top 10.
Wow.
Really?
Whoa. Whoa.
Bang!
Why you got
There
to
you
do
go.
my man like this?
No, it's nothing against Andika. I just think
Can
those
I?
tyres will
No, I
be
can't put polls up.
absolutely shot to pieces at the end of the race.
He has only done 2 laps under safety car with them, or 3. It's going to be 3 total under safety car.
Yep.
And-
So it was at this point in Tier 3 that the safety car came out, and I pitted for fresh tyres.
Okay.
Mine was shot by lap 26.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what Alex Bowen was saying as well, is that they are literally just not worth more than 4 or 5 laps. So, again, they will be capable of crossing the finish line, but I don't think Bender's far off the mark when he says outside the top 10 is a possibility here, because they will just be that bad towards the end of the race. We'll see how it plays out. The current championship leader is in P2. I think he's going to he's just looking fearsome here behind Andika. Andika's got a nice start. Got off the line nicely. Bit of a 3 wide back here. Oh, that's deep. That's Suma going well deep into Franco. That's Suma and Frank coming together.
No.
Dale Beveridge mixing himself up here a little bit too, as he was privy to that murder. Suma, I think, somehow got away with it, but Franco did not. He is down there in P16 now. But that was very, very deep under brakes from the Aston Martin driver down into turn 1, and unfortunately got it all wrong and sent Franco packing to the back of the field. So the McLaren team again having a rough night. They needed a strong performance here. They've been pretty medium of the pack. They are currently P4. Haven't had too many real strong performances, but again, the luck's not been on their side, as you said, Justin Tate at the start. And again tonight, 14th and 15th for the McLaren lads.
And I just want to point out now, I think, I'm assuming the race director would have said the same thing, but once the safety car started pulling away, I believe you are supposed to stop weaving. And a lot of people were still weaving, particularly on the pit straight. So I think there could be a few post-race penalties being handed out there.
Well, about time. There's not a lot of action in the stewards box in Tier 2, is there? Isn't that you running that?
Hey, it's me and Jeremy Watson. We had to look at 7 incidents last week. So yeah.
Nothing happening in there. Easy job. About time you had a hard week. Risky looking good here on the soft tyre. Just gets the drive out of the last corner and gets one done on Deckers. It's up he
No
goes.
No DRS yet.
Just got to try and get as much love out of those soft tyres as he can. And the same for Andika up the front. So it's both Red Bull boys running the same strategy here, thinking the soft tyre might get them home. Just wondering whether they are on team speak together or got an engineer in their ear or something, because they've got the same strategy and they're both trying to make the same moves here at the moment. Andika's done well, nearly outside DRS before it opens, but don't think it's going to be close enough. Brian hanging in there.
Roberts dropped a fair bit off Nick though, but the front three are all very, very pacey. Roberts actually doing a great job to hang on to P4 here with his old hards. He's one of the people that didn't pit and is making these hards still work.
Going for a podium by the end of the race if you can hold position and you assume that Andika's going to fall off with those tyres.
How much are you expecting him to fall off though? Because he's 3 seconds behind, so he's already about nearly 5 behind.
I'm expecting 3-4 seconds a lap by the end of the race.
Wow. DRS enabled. Here we go.
They won't get a burst of it here, but up into turn 3 they will. In front of us, it looks like Ben Curtis has got one done there on Corbin Hanna. And at the same time, Risky goes past Ethan Small, that is. Finishes that one off nicely on the soft tyre, but now a DRS open. Becomes a game of cat and mouse now for Risky Ranger. Can he keep up to those in front? And can he keep the medium and the hard tyre behind him?
So the front runners got really close to each other thanks to that DRS. First of all, was Risky runs wide there. Very close to having an issue there. Obviously, nicely lifted off as he went across the curb. Nothing scarier than going on that curb and helicoptering in front of the rest of the field.
So now with DRS open, Brian's just kept this gap small. He's within DRS and he will continue to close it. Don't know whether he'll pick up 3/10 in the last sector. But already those soft tyres are 5 laps old, so their best days are very close to ending. Brian getting a nice exit out of that corner. He's lining him up here.
Yeah, I think he wants to do move now. He's got 95% battery, so let's watch this. Nice wide entry. Doesn't start hitting the battery. Oh, he does. But he doesn't sit in the full... Now, I just can't believe how many he's blocking here. That's insane. We've got a yellow flag in the last corner. Someone's had a spin.
Yeah, Risky.
Yep. Risky's had a spin.
So that's the soft tyre already going poor for Risky Ranger. Made up a couple of spots, but once it goes, and it's gone. He's down to P16 now.
It's got a bit awkward here for Nick. He made a bit of a mistake going a bit deep, watching the braking wheel in front, and that's dropped him back because I assume he'll want to get past as soon as possible so he can stick with Brian and not lose DRS. And Dika's still sitting up in that DRS, but it's just dropped out to about 8/10 now.
Yeah, I'm worried for him now. I think Nick Randall will do the same thing Brian Tan did. Just use this DRS zone to close the gap to about 3/10, and then through the last sector set him up for that final corner down to turn 1 run.
And it's just, you can see through the mini splits here that he's just losing a 10th or 2 already through the corners. And almost another whole 10th. He's down to 10.5 just from 3 corners. So he's probably using some battery because he wants to get a bit closer. These couple of DRS runs here, though, there's something that really keep you in it. It's a lot of straight on this track. A lot of straight.
He's down to 14% battery, though. That's not good.
Yeah. It's really trying to hang in there. Though I still think he can hang on for like a top 3 if he just try. If he gets towed along for a bit, for a few laps, the more the better, I think. As we've just had Robert have a spin, has he? Have we?
He's been passed by the mediums of Momo. I've been watching the gaps.
Yeah.
And it's coming down. So Robert on the hards, he's only about half a second slower than Andika on the softs last lap. That's on the split. Okay, there was a couple of overtakes, but kind of evens itself out.
Declan just made a move up from those hards. He has popped himself up ahead of Peterson there.
He's having a good race, Deckers. He's looked pretty strong from everything we've seen so far.
Oh, Luke's had another spin. No, he was doing so well. I just realised Neil's just driving around by himself out the back. Looks like a...
Yeah, he pitted for softs.
Yeah. For softs, he's going to get the fastest lap.
Going for a purple, which we're not handing out points for because of the formation lap thing.
What a time to be alive.
Go
Oh,
around the
Dika.
outside.
And Dika came way off the throttle there too, so I think he knows his time was dusted there. But as you said, Justin, I think he's in a good spot. I mean, I wouldn't want Momo chasing me down with 4 or 5 laps to go. I still think he's going to drop one to Momo. But that's a nice little buffer he's got. 4 seconds or so will get him, you know, to the last lap or so. Hopefully. And as you said, if he stays within DRS a couple more times, that'll pull him along as well.
Momo's only pulled in a second in those last laps of the front bunch because these guys are all still pretty close to each other. And yeah, Momo's pulled it right up because he was 4.9 or 4.8 behind when he went past Robert, and now he's all the way up there. Robert's still having the race of the century as he's up 12 places in P5, and he might be able to hang on too. So we're watching the mid-pack battle. Ethan Small in a lovely little DRS train with Declan, Andre, Kenneth, and Dale, Michael Gray, and Frank goes past Michael.
Are you talking about Mull? Nathan Monks has said he pitted with a yellow wing and it didn't change it, so he had to go back in. That's not Mull, surely? Surely that man's got better luck than that. Oh, goodness me.
No, that's typical Mullock luck right there.
That's typical Mullock luck.
So the Mullock luck
no.
stays,
Pit crew let him go back out with a broken wing. Come on, Ferrari, what are we doing?
You're so used to watching the real life stuff with Ferraris and using McLaren. Oh dear.
Oh, look, McLaren aren't that much better. I mean, look at this.
No.
Curtis gone past Wenzel. Oh, look at that. Speed difference.
Yeah.
Oh, like a chip.
DRS, slipstream, and battery. Yeah, so Robert was nearly out. But again, he's still having a fantastic race. So if he doesn't lose too many spots, he should be pretty happy.
Oh, yeah, he's having a great race. He's up 11 spots, but he's going to cop a fair old whack for that turn 1 incident with Franco, I reckon.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know how far backwards that'll send him. He's got to build up a gap here. He's got 2 seconds to Corbin and another 2 seconds to Deckers, so there's 5 seconds worth, but I think it might be a bit more than 5 seconds coming his way. Just from my first glance, as I said, the stewards will have all the angles and they'll take a good look and they'll see exactly what happened and they'll come up with their own decision, but it's it looked pretty cut and dry from where we were sitting.
Man, the front three have all just broken DRS on each other actually in that last little sector. I wonder if this is going to throw a spanner in the works as Momo's on the charge down to 3 seconds now. Can he get himself on the podium? He's pulling along Ben Curtis and Robert though with him. So they're doing quite well.
Yeah, I reckon Momo will be on the podium. Gap now to 3 seconds. 3 seconds exactly.
And it's 4 laps left, 3 laps left. I can't remember. I can remember
4 laps.
Yeah, 4 laps, yeah. 4 full laps.
There's been a lot happening though. I mean, feels like not long ago Andre Mcleod was in the lead of the race. And he's down in P8. Declan Hollingshead, we've seen him around a couple of times and he's up in P9. It's all happening.
He's had a strong race, Deckers, but he's only got 1 position out of it, so not sure whether we missed a mistake or two or the pits just didn't work out for him. We saw the Alpines double stacking at one point.
He's doing dice on the pit straight, mate.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I recall.
Yeah.
Maybe I've just got rose-coloured glasses for my man Deckers, I think.
And he also spun when he swapped onto the hards, I think it was, when he came out of the pits. Is that right? I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's had a couple.
That's the one that teleported across the right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There was the one that teleported, but there was also the very first stop he did. He spun on turn 3 of the cold tyres. So
I didn't see any of that. Great race, Deckers.
Sorry. Oh man, yeah. And Geeker's tyres are going way off now. He's dropped back 2 seconds.
So can he hold off Momo and hang on to that P3? I said at the start he was one to watch. He's clearly got pace, but maybe not quite getting the strategy right here. I still feel like if he went on the medium tyres, he was right in the battle here to win this one.
Well, he started on the mediums, so that was the problem.
Sorry, onto the hards then, whichever was not the soft with 12 laps to go.
We lost 9/10 to Momo on the last lap. I imagine that's only going to get larger now.
He's got
One.
the flag.
Just here again. Turn 3 curb.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of fun. I think he's also on the soft, so they're probably really starting to be hard to drive.
On the curves all in a bit of a lull. Are they harder in this game, or is it the balance of the cars that's different, or what do you guys think?
What's that? The curbs?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's pretty similar to last year. I mean, 2020, without you could just eat curbs everywhere, just about, apart from like specific ones that you could sort of like, oh, you can't touch that one or that one. But yeah, I think maybe, possibly. I don't know how accurately. I mean, technically, with this sort of ground effectsy car, if you bump the car up at all or down, you know, if you bottom out and then get a bit of lift under the car, you're going to lose a lot of grip real fast. But I don't think this game's the best simulator accuracy and that sort of thing. So, but yeah, in real life, yes, those cars would be much harder if you do lift up the car at all to change the angle of it more than previous cars.
Andre Mcleod gets one done on Corbin Hanna up in turn 1. Corbin filters back to P8. He's now in the clutches of Deckers. Corbin not done yet though. Looks like he's having a little look around the outside here of Andre Mcleod. Oh, no. A little boop on the bum there from Deckers. Gives him the hurry up. Andre completes that move and ends up in P7 as a result. Corbin down to P8. Deckers now in P9. But right behind Corbin here on the penultimate lap.
So Momo within half a second now of Vandika for P3.
Risky's DNF.
Risky's DNF. Oh no.
We won't see a safety car this late. But with Malik now coming across the start-finish straights, he'll have another 2 sectors and he'll move himself up to P16. So that'll be the only change we see coming out of that DNF. That's a weird spot to DNF there from Risky. He made it around turn 1.
He's DNF'd on the exit of turn 4, so I dare say lighting up the rears and going around, as he's already had a little spin out of turn 2/3, so tyres are probably already a bit hot. As here we go, here's Jai making the move that we predicted would probably come.
Got it done on the last lap.
Look who's right there as well, Ben Curtis and Robert Wenzel.
And Andika used the DRS. He's only got a bit of battery left. Oh, everyone's low on battery, never mind that.
So interesting little battle here on the last lap. These guys all fighting for P4.
Andika's begging that he can stay within DRS range, but he's probably going to lose it. Those tyres screaming.
Dieball's on the ideal tyre really here. I think the hards won't be too bad, but the mediums will still be quick at this point. Whereas those 13 lap old softs, they've had enough.
And Dieball's get it done.
And Dika moves to cover the inside line.
Nice driving, that was good. Very good defensive work there. Gonna be all over each other through this section.
Compromised each other's lines a little bit and backed into Suma. Suma now right looking. We're coming around the final corner though with Brian Tan, who has won it in Hungary. He won it in Australia and he's won it again here.
Oh, it's side by side. Here we go.
Into the last corner. It looks like Ben got one done around the outside and Suma. Oh God! Across the line. Oh, that was always going to happen.
That was naughty from Vandika, in my opinion. You can't cut someone off like that.
Oh, I think he actually bounced off of Ben's car. That's what it looked like.
It looked like to me he just cut back across the front of Suma, trying to slot in between the two of them. I mean, they're both classified across the line, but
I mean, yeah, they finished the race, I guess. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, careful. Whoa.
There's bits of car everywhere. I'm watching the instant replay on that one. I'm going to jump to it. Here it is.
Yeah, we don't get replays, unfortunately.
Well, I'm just doing it with my YouTube.
Oh, yeah,
I
nice.
can get the screen running, so that's the best thing about YouTube is that the replays are quite nice there. So I wonder if there was a touch between Ben and Ndika, or Ndika's. Oh, he's moved. Yeah, he's moved last second to get in the draft, and then thought, oh no, I better cover him. So changed his line a couple of times. Yeah.
Have fun with that one Tuesday, stewards.
Yeah.
Mull crosses the line, gives us a bit of a wave on the way through. Dead last for that man. Although it wasn't dead last because he had a couple of DNFs behind him. But no, another night to forget for poor old Neil. Goodness me. There's a race victory on the way, but it's hard getting there. Robert Wenzel is the Codemaster's driver of the day, but the stewards will have a word about that on Tuesday night, I'm sure. But my driver of the day is Brian Tan. Goodness me, after the start he had and going to the back of the field after those turn 1 shenanigans.
Yeah.
Lap 1, tier 2, turning it on again. Goodness me, what a shambles turn 1 was.
Yeah.
So after that lap 1, he managed to recover it all, put himself into P2 after a, must be said, a pretty lucky safety car for him. And then just put Ndika under enough pressure and got the move done pretty comfortably, and then ran out the race winner. Brian Tan, as I said, now 3 from 4. And looking really strong here in Tier 2. Speaking of looking strong, the Ferrari team looking really strong. That is Momo joining him up there on the steps as well in P3. So they will very much extend their constructors' lead. Nick Randell, after winning in Austria last week, comes in and finishes P2 here tonight. He'll be pretty pleased with that. And Diabol's currently P2 in the championship. Won't be too displeased with P4, but he keeps just missing points to Brian Tan, and he'll know it. So as long as those results continue in that vein, Brian Tan will just keep eking away from him. Ndika, with the risky strategy to go on softs, finished P5. Suma from P17 in 6. Andre Mcleod, Corbin Hanna, Deckers, and Kenneth Ang round out the top 10. Bodie Mick, a very early DNF tonight, unfortunately. So it's another driver who I'd like to see turn his fortunes around and keep going on the straight and narrow. I said that about Brian Tan last season, though. Brian Tan had plenty of DNFs last season in the last game and faced backwards more than he faced forwards. And look at him now, he's killing it. So he's certainly turned the page, Brian Tan. That's Tier 2 done and dusted. We've got Tier 1 coming up next. That's about 12 minutes away. So grab yourselves a drink, cuddle your mum, say hello to her for me. We will return. We're ready to kick off Tier 1 here now. Get yourselves ready. Blow down that cup of tea. I've just had one prepared for myself. Oh, very looking forward to this cup of tea. Yes, I do love a cup of tea. Bender, what's your favourite cup of tea?
I don't drink tea.
What? I knew there was a reason I disrespected you. Justin, what was your favourite tea?
Is it English breakfast? That's one of my favourites. Goes quite well.
English breakfast, just your standard kind of... that's the normal one you get, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's a pretty standard kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little creamy, if anything. Like it's sort of
Oh, yeah.
yeah, like a lot of milk.
A lot of milk,
Yeah.
bit of sugar, all that kind of stuff. Anyone in chat, do you drink tea? Is there anyone out there who drinks tea as much as I do? I don't know if there's such a thing as too much tea, but if there was such a thing as too much tea, I'd be close to that.
Yeah, goes good. Iced tea goes good in summer too. So, yep, I'm all on the tea train. Even though I do drink coffee as well, but it's good. It's
Bender,
the
I
reason
can't
it's the
believe you
most
drink-
popular drink in the world.
You don't drink tea, Bender. What do you drink instead then? Like if you're not drinking water and you're not having coffee in the morning, what do you drink?
I pretty much just drink water. Nothing really.
Yeah. Well, there's only so much water I can put down before I need a little bit of flavour in my life.
I generally drink between 2 to 3 litres of water a day. That's
Yeah.
on the high end of things. I've just always,
Yeah, it's a good drop.
ever from being involved in sport earlier when I was younger back in the day. No, just always, I guess the mean is staying hydrated these days. But yeah, just took it seriously. Just drink a lot of
Hey,
water.
speaking of back in the day and being fit and whatnot, did you hear on, I think it was Wednesday night or potentially Thursday night, Alex Bowen and I, it was Thursday night because Alex Bowen and I were both commentating and we were talking about the Malcolms that we'd done. And then we commented on your running of Malcolms and said how impressive that was. And then Mull piped in and said that his will be completed, I think he said before he moves, which is in the next week or so.
What's a Malcolm?
Oh,
Oh, no, you
my
can't
friend.
just say what's a Malcolm. What's
Well, have I got a story for you? I can throw a link out there. Actually, I haven't got a link right now because I've got F1 open and I can't alt tab, but I'll show you later. Basically, it's just a warm-up exercise used by, footy clubs, and it was on, what's the show? What's the guy that, it's the Biggest Loser, Australia's Biggest Loser or something like that?
Okay.
The guy who was the personal trainer on that. I don't know why it's called a Malcolm. But yeah, to have completed a couple of them is to be a man. And Bender, straight onto it he was. When I asked him, he gave them.
All right.
Daniel Lambert's back, ladies and gentlemen. Hasn't been here for the first couple of rounds, but he's revving the tits out of that Mercedes now. He's very excited to be back. Good to have you back, Daniel. So we'll see how he goes tonight. His Mercedes teammate, winner of the sprint race last week. Started 4th on the grid, came up and won that one. Picked himself up 50 points for his troubles. And Zachary Smith was the other winner. Is he here tonight? Where's he? Yeah, there he is. He's hanging around as well. The Aston Martin, he was the winner of the feature race. So currently the quickest with a 28.3. We're down in the low 28s already. I was just about to say that. Is that quick? That's ridiculously quick, right? Aren't we?
That's very well.
Oh, Daniel Lambert, welcome back. Straight up there on 28.2. Hasn't done a race all year. Just comes in and says, "Oh, a provisional pole. Yeah, I'm here. How you going?" Very nice. 6 out of the 8 drivers so far in the 28s.
We're going to go 27. That's a call. I'm going to say that right now. They're going to do that.
I reckon you're right. I reckon you're right indeed. Brian Nando. Nando Loris.
I'm surprised we're not seeing any team orders. I remember in 2020 there was a lot of people giving each other drafts and that sort of stuff as teammates. Not really seeing that anywhere. Haven't spotted it anywhere anyway.
Have we had a track where it's beneficial to do that though? We've got Spa next week. Spa seems like the kind of track you'd want to do it. And we got Monza 2 weeks after that. That seems like the kind of track you'd want to do it. But so far, we've been to Austria, Australia, and Hungary.
I still think up the Australian, up all the way through the new section, surely that would be...
Sector 2.
Yeah. That would be a really good draft, considering there's no DRS as well. It would be great to catch a teammate on an outlap all the way up that straight and have him bail out of the way before before the chicane.
Dimitri, Forrester, if you don't mind, 28-0.
Wow. Their split's flying.
Yeah. Very fast split. Diabols reckons we're looking for a 27-7.
Right.
That'll be
Is his
fast.
guess for
Probably
pole. I did see
Already at
Dimitri...
28-0. Like, come on, we're going to find at least half a second here.
I don't know. These Tier 1 boys have done this to us before, though. The start of this season has seen them put out these times early, before the track evolves, and then there's not much improvement. So I wouldn't be surprised if there isn't much more improvement. And I did see Dimitri Forrester do a 27-7 earlier on in this week in practice. Obviously, he does more than the one session I watch, but that's an indication of his pace, and that's what Diabols thinks will be pole, and Dimitri's usually pretty close to the top, so we are on our way to that sort of territory for sure. How low can we go?
We don't normally get these on a Sunday night. I'll just bring one in now while we've got guys going back to Pittsburgh.
Oh,
JC's really got a attack here.
here we go.
World's tallest tree. Do you guys want to have a guess how tall the tallest tree is?
Ooh,
In meters.
yeah, in meters. I was going to say it's over a kilometre, so 1,300 meters.
That's the size of a moderate mountain there.
I'm having a stab. I don't know. I've never been to Canada. What do you want?
Fair enough. And the world's tallest tree is a coastal redwood tree in California, and it's 116 meters tall.
Oh, it's nowhere near. What a...
And it's called Hyperion. And here's a two-parter. There's only 2 trees in the world that are over 100 meters tall.
Okay, one's Hyperion. Where's the other one?
It's called Centurion.
Oh, okay, nice. So they made triple figures. So one's Centurion. What's Hyperion mean?
It's just a name.
Okay. Because obviously Centurion is
name, yeah.
triple figures. I thought Hyperion might be along the same lines, but... Well, there you go. 1,300 meter tree, by the way. If someone wants to go and put that and Photoshop that into something. What?
1,300.
That's what I said. That's what I thought it would be. I just tried to make up a tall tree because I know they get really big, and I've never been to Canada or Brazil or places with really big trees. So I had to guess.
Bigger than man-made buildings.
I was no way
It's
near
not
it.
even in Canada, mate. The one that...
It's in
Hyperion,
California,
that's,
yeah,
That's in
no.
California. Centurion's actually in Tasmania.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, it's about the only landmark down there, so I'm glad they've got something going for it.
The problem is, as especially colonials and stuff, they like to
Top them
yoink.
out.
They go, oh, gee, that's a lot of wood if I just do one cut down here, so let's cut that one down. And that happened a lot of back in the day. I thought, oh yeah, free wood.
1,300 meter tree. That sounds stupider every time I say it in my head, and I regret my decisions.
Yeah, I'd had to be your business, be like, oh yeah, mate, I'm this big.
Yeah, it's
Greatly overestimated.
greatly
About-
overestimated.
About
Yeah,
12
exactly. That's how I met your mother. There's been a couple of improvements on originally posted times, but there have been 29s that have stuck into 28s. Saw Connor Kingston didn't have a lap yet, but he's posted 28.5 now. He's in P6 behind this man, who is our current championship leader. Zachary Smith is actually tied for the lead. My apologies. Hang on, just get me a closer look at that. That is 172 points apiece for Zachary Smith and Zekai Chu. And as I said earlier, Zachary Smith won last week's feature race, which got him 56 points. And Zekai Chu won last week's sprint race, which got him 50 points. So those 6 points in difference have meant that they have come into round 4 neck and neck. The two Zs, Zachary Smith and Zekai Chu. 172 points apiece with Jaden Chia, the Aston Martin teammate of Zachary Smith, in third place with 142.
Speaking of Zach, he's pops himself up into P2 with that lap. Going a little bit faster, not a lot faster though. Sure, he won't be over the moon with that, but it's still preliminary P2s. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, he'll wind up for one more, that's for sure. He's definitely capable of 27s, is Smithy. So he's got one more in him. I reckon that time is in 2 corners. He'll know which 2 corners they are. He'll get them right, and he'll find half a second there somewhere. Daniel Lambert. I don't know. 1,300 metres. What do you want? Daniel Lambert was the first to go super quick with the 28.2. That's been beaten a couple of times since then. What's he got for us now on his second run? There's a 1/10th improvement.
And Zeke goes right up behind Zachary.
Very close up the top there. Take out Dimitri's outlier, and there's no more than 3/10 between Daniel Lambert and Danny Wong in P10. 3.5 tenths.
Dimitri has been really fast every week too. He's just had the best race luck. A couple of mistakes coming in a few times.
Has always been quick in the Legends series, as Dimitri Forrester. He's been a staple of Tier 1, and he's been close to the championship once or twice. Definitely once when he lost out to Ogold a couple of seasons ago. That was a great battle towards the end of that season between himself. Mitch Weatherburn was involved in that as well.
Yeah, here's my claim to fame. I was racing and beating Dimitri Forrester back in Tier 3, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago.
How far we've all come. So why aren't you racing at the top of Tier 1 now?
Oh, I peaked decades ago, mate.
Peaked.
They're riding the slowly down the other side of the mountain now.
Yep.
Aren't we all?
What are we doing here, Mitch? Yeah, he's well off the gas here, so this is not a lap. I would suggest he's on his way into the pits. Looking after those tyres that he's done a 28.303 on. Alexis Bowen, how's she going? Absolute gold star performance in the commentary booth in Tier 3. Don't know if you caught that. Certainly not the most exciting race we've had in Tier 3. Not to say that it wasn't an exciting race. We've just had some absolute rippers so far already this season.
So if it gets any more exciting in Australia, I don't know what to do.
No, actually, exactly. Yeah, no, we've set the bar really high, really early. But no, even with the slightly lower content, Alexis Bowen makes it a lot of joy. Really fun to commentate with Alex, and on Thursday night too, enjoying ACC commentary as well. That's not a lap. Someone give me a lap. What are you up to, Nathan Monks? He's totally awesome, did you know? Where is Nathan's fans in chat, by the way? He used to have a plethora of people come in here and support him. They told me he was totally awesome, and now I tell him he's totally awesome every week. Where are they? Are they in chat? They might be around watching their man. Might be just getting some tea and biscuits ready during qualifying and waiting for the race. Oh,
no.
God. Sorry.
Pieces to that Aramco styrofoam advertising thing.
Sorry.
That's what they're there for.
Absolutely obliterated.
Hola!
They're there to get very good advertising as they explode into pieces.
It wasn't a curse. He wasn't even on a lap. Was he? Was he?
He
was.
started battery, he was, yeah.
Oh,
wasn't
no.
on He was half a tenth down on his PB through the first sector, so it was a decent lap.
Zoom, Toto Osmo. There you go. Wenz is in chat. Hello, mate. There's one. Gorilla Snapper's in chat. Hola to you. That wasn't a... It was a curse. It was fair enough. It was a curse. That's curse number 3 for tonight, I reckon. And we head on into Tier 1. I've got a couple more left in me, I reckon. Everyone in the pits at the moment as they wait for that timer to tick down and for the track to evolve. Funny how the track evolves with no cars on it. Jordan Wong. He's He's out of battery, and that looked, it was really slow out of there, and that track map's red, so that's invalid. He's not doing anything with that lap. He's got it wrong somewhere.
There he goes again.
That's for you, Firewood. Stole it from you. Totally not awesome to curse our man like that. Sorry. Snapper, it's been in the game for 3 years. It's not going anywhere, mate. It's not going to be fixed. Connor Kingston improves to a 28.401.
It's a feature.
Inside the top 10 again for... What do we call him? He's not a reserve driver because he's raced every bloody week. He's doing God's work coming here and filling in the gaps. What do we call him? He's in between reserve and permanent. What would that be?
Kevin Magnussen.
Wow.
He's a temporary driver.
Temporary driver? Yeah, getting close. Super sub. That's a good one from you, Deckers.
I still think Kevin Magnussen's the one. You just get called in last second because the team's got to get rid of a driver, and you're it now.
So is he like Nico Hulkenberg then? I don't know what Kevin Magnussen's story is. Maybe I missed a bit of that. Is he like Hulkenberg?
K-Mag replaced Mazepin, and he found out, like, he didn't even do the testing beforehand. He found out like a week before. So the F1 season started this year,
Right.
driving in the Haas.
Well, that's a good one. We'll pay that. Kevin Magnussen's a reasonably handsome dude too, so kind of take that.
Yeah. He was off. Apparently he was on the beach with his family in Miami or something, and they just call him up. They're like, yo, we need you to drive. Can you fly over tomorrow? He's like, sure.
This man is on a lap. Everyone else is on their out lap, so he is the first out the blocks, I would suggest. Currently quickest with a 28.054. Can he get into the 27s? How far into the 27s can he go? Can he set the bar high enough that Daniel Lambert, Zachary Smith and Zeke Chu can't get there?
Sorry, I know you're talking now. I don't think Dimitri's going enough time to get around, is he?
I think he's on a lap now, is he not?
He's on a lap,
On a
yeah.
lap, on a lap,
He's
okay.
burnt half his,
My bad.
yeah, burnt half his battery.
Out lap.
Yeah, no, I reckon he's flying along now, so we'll stick on board with him. We'll see how he goes. See what his lines are like. See if we can
Very
learn a few
clean,
things.
yeah.
Using fourth gear down through there, so no issues with traction, obviously, in that gear. DRS wide open, battery being used, a little bit of traffic in front. So he'll be crossing his fingers. They do God's work, get out of the way, which they do. Nice work from the AlphaTauri. Using all of that inside curb there. Goodness me, that looks dangerous. I don't go near that curb. There's obviously a change in this year's curb model for that corner especially. Goodness me.
I have PTSD from that.
Yeah,
curve.
me too. I thought he was going to spin for sure. But obviously he knows something we don't because he was all over it. Oh, that's invalid. Right there at the end. Right there. He was on the curb and it wasn't invalid. And then he had a slight little squiggle and then it invalidated him. Oh, right at the end.
Alex
With Dimitri
Foster
Follister.
into P2.
Yes, and Rafley Fidelia into P4. So,
Zachary.
how does Zachary go now? He's only got to find 2 tenths. He's only got to do a little bit of work here to get on pole. Has he got enough in him? He doesn't.
Oh,
What?
Wow. Misses out. Wow.
9 thousandths of a second. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's deep under brakes from Daniel Lambert. I don't know if that's our rev bug / brake bug / we got all sorts of bugs now in terms of spectating. Bang!
There we go.
27.9. We're into the 27s. Daniel Lambert, welcome back to Tier 1. Woo!
Dimitri's first lap must have been an absolute flyer. The fact that he couldn't improve on it. And but to be honest, stuffing up that last lap's only really cost him 1 spot. By the looks of it, is Mitch Weatherburn's probably the only person that can knock him off.
Mitch is going real slow, so he's not going anywhere. He's pulling in the pits. Just a couple of drivers now left to do their times. I really want a good week now for this man. Abbots is due for a good week, although I said that about Neil and he finished bloody last, so I hope you have a shit race tonight, Jared, and I hope it goes really poorly for you. How about that? Try and reverse curse him. Up to P9. Not too shabby with that. There we go. But Daniel Lambert.
9 tenths. Everyone within 9 tenths, other than one person down the back who was like 10 seconds off.
Welcome back to Tier 1 for Daniel Lambert. How do you do? into the 27s. Jordan Wong snuck in there with a 27 while we weren't looking.
Oh,
Where did that come
last
from?
lap. That was the last person across the line.
Was it really? Because the timing board disappeared. How about that? So we watched him come across the line. We didn't see the time, but it was a 27.961, which is good enough for P2. Beautiful. Less than 2 tenths down to P5. Mitch Weatherburn, less than 4 tenths down to P10. It is as close as you like. Muhammad Afan not putting in a lap. Gerald Chu, obviously a reserve from Tier 2. Fan favourite down there will start from the back of the field and come from the back again, as he's done a couple of times already this season.
That shows how scary fast Tier 1 is.
Oh, yeah.
There's 15 guys here faster than the fastest in Tier 2. That is so fast.
Insane.
They've all earned their spots. I was thinking watching the Tier 2 guys going, damn, that's fast. But this is just unbelievable.
Spot on from you, Gorilla Snapper. Yeah, I was absolutely blown away. I know Alex is quick in F1. I watch her every week, and I'm used to her being quick. But because she hasn't raced in ACC for a while, I figured she'd slowly come to grips with a new car and just, put pieces together on the lead up to the Paul Ricard 8 hour, and then put in a few good stints during the race. But I thought qualifying would be, slow and a bit of a warm-up phase. But no, none of that. Bang! Unreal. Stepped into the BMW in a totally different game and went quicker than almost anyone in Milk Racing Team. Just insane how quickly she figured it out.
Wow. Yeah, I'm unfortunately going to be away. I got invited to have a go in that for a team because I complained the whole time I was on the broadcast asking for a team for 10 hours straight last race. And then I realized that I was going to be double booked. I'm going to, what is it, DreamHack Australia. So
What's
that?
that?
I don't want to say. I'll say it, but I didn't want to say it because there's too many good drivers here listening. But there's first place for fastest lap in a little event they've got going on there wins a brand new car. So I'm going to be making sure.
Is that ACC or F1?
That's going to be no. So this is at DreamHack. Like,
what's DreamHack? You got to talk to me like I'm an old man. I don't know where I am. What are we doing?
So DreamHack is a big giant LAN event that's happening in Melbourne. A physical be there in person thing. It's at Market Court Arena. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. Melbourne Esports Open has turned into DreamHack.
So it's like a festival of esports.
Yeah, there's
Cool.
a whole bunch of pro teams playing and all that sort of stuff. And then one of the big things they've got going is the fastest lap in iRacing. They haven't specified what track or car yet, which is probably good so people don't practice, but I wouldn't mind practicing. And yeah, fastest lap wins a car, a Toyota Corolla from Car City.
Let's go.
So that's actually pretty good.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah. Even if it's second hand, that's still 20, 25 grand's worth. Like, I'll be trying. Maybe Octane Online Racing will have a new car. Get it all stickered up.
The sponsor car. Get it liveried up.
Yeah.
The Octane Online Racing Corolla. Good stuff. Avids, get out of chat. Go and have a good result. Or a bad result. Whichever way it needs to do to uncurse your season. Go and have a good one.
Oh, is Pip going to be there? Well, I'm not going to win then. Pip will beat me.
No, she's not going to be at DreamHack. That was the point, I think.
No, he says I'd like to. I'll give a shout out for Pip missing a damn DreamHack, just a race.
Yep, she's coming to participate in the Paul Ricard race, the 8 hour, which has obviously been dedicated to our man Michael Babb. And doing a bit of fundraising for the great man and his family and supporting them through what is a tricky time. And yeah, a couple of old names coming back and filling up the grid, which is good to see. Hopefully we can mend a few bridges there, potentially. But yeah, all for a good cause. Our man, get behind Babby. We all are already, of course. He knows we love him. Not long to go now. Tier 1. Last race.
He had a fantastic race last weekend.
Who's that?
He was
Babby?
Yeah.
Last the first challenge.
Yeah.
Had a ripper.
He was right behind me at one point, and I was top 10. So he did really, really well. I think, did he come a bit unstuck at the end? But I remember seeing him going, hang on, didn't he start last? I must be doing terrible. But he just flew off.
More
Warm up.
interesting tyre strategies here. Both McLarens starting on soft tyres. A couple of hard tyres from those at the back of the field, hoping they can last until a late safety car saves their race. Gerald Chu, one of those, starting on the hard tyre at the rear of the field. But it looks like medium tyres for most of the front runners, including Daniel Lambert, our pole sitter. I think that's a hard tyre there for Jordan Wong, who plonked himself in a P2 right at the death. And then Rafley Fidelia in the Alfa Romeo also on the mediums there. So, considering I cursed Tier 2 into oblivion for Turn 1, Bender, how about you take us away for this one? Enjoy your 5 red lights.
Sure thing. Here we go. So we got Daniel on pole, Jordan on the front row with him, and we're off.
There was no red lights there, was there?
No,
there was red
out. A few slow starters at the back, new start procedures catching the people out, but it looks like Daniel Lambert takes the lead. Zach Smith already up to second though. Great start down the inside for him. Dimitri and fifth. Still running wide, off track. Got too many cuts, but looks like mostly clean through turn 1, 2 so far. We head round Alpha on Alpha action. Oh. Who's that? Jordan losing out.
That was a big bit of wheel spin there from Jordan.
Gerald Chu at the back. Oh no. Gerald filling in. Coming up clutch and hosting the race for us. Now last, having a spin. And look at this. Zeke High out of nowhere.
These hards are just not coming on. This is very hard for Mr. Wong here. He's just a few times trying to get warmth into him. You see the wheel spin multiple exits of the corners and dropping back from that lovely
Have a look
P2.
where the soft tyre runners are, though. It's not like the soft tyres are any better. It looks like the medium tyre is a pretty good tyre to start on. Everything else was just bone cold and terrible.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a...
Wow, that's
early.
Already on lap 1.
That is early from Nando.
So he might have got that all in one. It may have been a complete cut, if that makes sense, rather than a multiple warnings one. One of those ones.
Multiple warnings.
Oh, did? Okay, maybe not.
Well, I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
Zeke High, come on, that's on a different different track layout there.
So we get a 13-second lap. Lovely Codemasters, thank you.
Let's take some beating. Let me get my time machine out.
Teleportation device, something. Connor and Kyle are side by side. Kyle keeping ahead on those hards, waiting for them to warm up. Tier 1 guys are really using all the track. I mean, I know we saw a lot of Dyson using all the track in Tier 2, but they just quite literally have their inside tyre half over the white line just to not get that penalty. They're really using every...
Does that annoy anyone else, or is it just me that annoys?
That's fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of bothered me a bit with the game because it's like the thing is there's no real penalty for going wide. Like in real life, if you put your thing out there, there's lots of dirt and dust and all that sort of stuff, and you just immediately slide off when you take the corner. Unless everyone does it and makes it the racing line. But yeah, I don't know. I miss the old school racetracks where grass was on the edge. Like there was a curb and then grass. That's it.
That's what I meant as well.
Yeah. All these drivers get away with too much. It's way too easy now.
It reminds me of that iRacing glitch where up the Kemmel Straight at Spa, everyone was running half their tyres off the track because it gained them half a second a lap.
Okay. Yep. Because less friction on the grass or something. I can't.
It cooled the tyres down, which meant they had better performance in the middle sector or something like that. It was ridiculous.
Oh right. Yeah.
I was just like, that's not realistic. It doesn't happen in real life. But yeah, maybe that's just us, and everyone else is just like, well, that's the fastest line. I'm going to take it.
Yeah, easy to forget it's just a game though, and there's exploits everywhere. It's the same with ACC setups. Got a lot of ACC setups that don't seem to make logical sense in the real world, but unfortunately, because it's a game, and it just keeps getting patched and then patched and then patched and then patched and not rebuilt from the ground up. That's why it sort of just develops into this fest of finding the quickest way to go around more than the realistic way of going around. And
So anyone who can figure out those exploits gets it right. Raffley down the inside of Zachary Smith here after getting the DRS boost down the straight. Nice one. Moves up into P2.
Very, very solid.
It's got Zachary
Pace
Smith.
it too.
Won't like being passed by anyone.
This battle.
So this battle
Really?
for the top three, yeah, really starting to warm up now. These tyres will be ready to go. So they get DRS open down here as well. Now Daniel Lambert will come under fire. See him move over immediately to the inside line. And he's chosen where he wants to go. And the two boys behind him with the DRS wide open. Oh, Zachary in the slipstream there looked like he had to get out of the back of Raffley. Not quite having the brake performance he thought he had available to him. All's well that ends well. Kept it out of the back. They carry on. Daniel defends well down to turn one for now.
And crucially, for Dimitri Forrester, this little battle up ahead, he's just managed to sneak inside DRS range now. So, a 3-car battle comes a 4-car battle for the lead.
Yeah. And Zikai Chu just dropping back, our points leader, losing the DRS as well, so he'll be trying as hard as he can to catch that back up. I think the little bit of battling sort of slowed them up a little bit up the front here, though. They're having to take defensive lines. Coming to the last sector now. This is very tight between everyone, actually. There's really not many gaps there at all. Like, the biggest gaps are only a second all the way down to 19. We've had a couple of spins.
Not a lot of gaps within a tenth or two, though, so everyone just happy to tuck in behind. The only one that's sort of fluctuating between a tenth and 3 is Alex Bowen chasing down Jordan Wong, who... Whoa! That's a good save there from Raffley, but that's going to hurt down the straight here. It's going to be a DRS versus DRS battle with no slipstream to either of them. I feel like the Alpha... You go.
Desync there for me.
Yeah,
Like,
it looked a little bit janky. Yeah, it looked a little bit janky, but got away with it. But again, the Alfa Romeo just getting away from Zachary Smith on the straights. I'd say there's a little less downforce for the Alfa Romeo tonight.
Unless the Alphas are just faster. That was Luke in the last race. He was just a rocket ship in a straight line.
What was it? I can't remember what it was. I think it was like F1 2018 or F1 2019 or something. But there was one of the cars for a while. It might have been the Williams. That even on equal performance, it was just faster than every other car.
Okay. Righto, game. Thank you.
Took
Did
them a
you end up
while to
banning
catch
it,
it as
or-
well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, actually had a 1.1 in there or something instead of a 1.
Yeah, it was as if it made. Someone explained it. Oh, what was it? It was like all the cars were made equal to the base Mercedes, but then the Williams was made equal to like the Mercedes at max performance from like the career mode or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was just something stupid like that. You think, how does that happen?
But it does. Oh, as the field's actually closed up now, everyone's within DRS range. Although Zika just dropped a smidge back, it probably will burn a little bit of battery to get in DRS range as it does at the end of that straight. Where's he going to drop back? But yeah, this is just one big train back to 12th place.
This is tier 1 for you. It's as close as it gets. They don't make mistakes. They're consistent. They're clean. They get hardly any penalties. They are the epitome of what we see in real life when DRS trains form. They do the same thing here. There's just not enough difference in pace between these high-quality drivers to create the sort of carnage we see in Tier 3 and Tier 2. So whilst qualifying is pretty similar in those tiers, you see once they get into race pace and they've got to warm up tyres and they go through strategy and all that sort of stuff, the brain capacity that these Tier 1 drivers have is just out of this world, and they are all well and truly ensconced in the top echelon of F1 drivers. And that's why I see these trains start to develop, and there's just no way through.
It's very tight. Like, there's Raffley is showing some serious race pace here. Like, some very serious race pace.
Jared Ellis gained a place by cutting a corner and got a 5-second penalty for it, but he didn't move up any positions, if I'm not mistaken. Unless he's gone past Kyle Jackson. No, I'm pretty sure he was in P8 before when I was watching him. So he's got a 5-second penalty there for almost no reason. That'll be looked at, I'm sure. Already had 3 to his name for multiple corner cut warnings.
Maybe the game and the timing has done something wonky when he's cut a corner and it's counted as gaining a position.
Bit stiff, but he's still facing the right way, so that's fine. Carry on, Jared.
Those are the risks you play when you cut corners. Yeah, I'm sure the stewards will have a look at it if he's got footage.
No DRS here for Jaden Chia. Caleb van der Reyden coming in hot. Not quite. Oh, that's Jared falling backwards through the field. God damn it.
I spun. Yeah.
Sorry, Jared. I tried my best, mate. There's a long way to go, mate. Carry on. That is van der Reyden and Chia making their way through. We're just watching them battle. So they still squabbling here. Yeah, F's in chat for our man, Jared. He's another one who is due for a good result. There's a handful of drivers this season who just haven't quite got the grips of the game and can't put the results together. This man is one of them. Very fast on his day, but he just hasn't had a day yet. But up the front, Daniel Lambert looking really strong out the front here. He's on the medium tyre, as is everyone behind him down to Zekai Chu. Rafley Fidelia is continuing to pester the back of Zachary Smith here, who's gotten back past him in the last couple of laps. And Zachary Smith looks like he's really starting to warm himself up now too. He's closed the gap to the front 2/10. So I say close the gap like there's a gap there.
There is no gap.
There is no gaps, but I tell you what, there's no gaps anymore. That's your lead taken. Daniel Lambert looks to be flat out of battery, having defended for a while now. Zachary Smith goes through and into P1. So that is your change for the lead.
Because I was surprised Rafley was able to pull that up in P1 there.
Yeah, maybe his tyres are a bit hot too, because there was a bit of a wheel spin on the exit of turn 2 as well. I thought he was going to have a Nikita Mazepin moment there. That was
I'm not sure, but I disagree. What I think I found in the first 4 rounds is that the spectator bug now includes drivers that are lagging will have really high revs coming out of corners. Like, you know those ones that we watch sometimes, it looks like they're ripping the engine out of the car sometimes? It's to do with their lag. I reckon it's our Southeast Asian friends have that kind of bug going on for them most of the time.
Yep.
And it's the same with locking the brakes. So anything coming out of corners and anything locking brakes into the corners, I think it's something to do with lag and the spectator bug not playing nicely together. Rafley is a little bit all over the place here, isn't he? He's
going to get it done finally.
And it's bloody risky when you drive around underneath cars like this, because a couple of times it's just spooked me. It's tough to drive with.
Zachary's just going to leap away here.
He's out of DRS range.
Yep. So Lambert's probably going to look at going past again. I don't know if he wants to. I think he wants to let Rafley sort of pull him up to be. Sometimes you got to just play that game and just let the guy in front pull you up. I know you think, oh, I want to be in front, but I'd much rather be fighting for P1 than keep battling for P2 and end up letting P1 get away. Which I think he's sort of done. He just sat there. I think he might have lifted off a little and charged with a battery.
G'day, Impulse. Peter Thomas is in chat. It was a 27.7, if I'm not mistaken. Did we have
279? 279 is what it was. 7 was what we were predicting.
Oh, really? I thought we got down to 27.7. I thought we had 2 of them.
9.
All right, I believe you. My memory's shot. So it was
the whole
Daniel
field was
Lambert.
within 8/10 though. So that was something to behold.
Daniel Lambert and Jordan Wong were the front row into the 27s. Nothing down in the 27.2 type land that you exist in. But good to see you, mate. How did you recover from the spicy flu that you had a couple of weeks ago? I'm sure you've recovered nicely from that. Good to have you here. Rafley pressuring the back of Zachary Smith here now too.
How has he caught up so quickly?
I'm telling you, that Alfa Romeo, they are on a different setup here tonight. Every Alfa Romeo we have seen tonight has just had otherworldly pace, but they haven't quite brought it home either yet, so it's obviously a very edgy kind of setup that they're running. It's got pace, but they haven't brought it home.
Daniel must be, just running too low on battery here, because, and he's dropped out of DRS range too. Yep. Oh no, this is actually sorry.
Oh, that is squeezing as you're overtaking. Jeez,
Yeah.
cutting it fine. My goodness.
Raffley had
Got
his
it.
win in Australia stripped from him after a post-race penalty was handled to him, so he's just got to be a little bit cautious with how he goes about things, but looked pretty clean there. Got away with it.
So quick.
Look at the gap pulling already.
Yeah. That's it isn't the easiest to hang that close, but yeah, you definitely just put the hammer down right now.
Zekai Chu has just really nicely come into contention. This has made this a 5-car battle. Jordan Wong, I know, not far behind, but Zekai was about a second behind, and now he's just slowly been closing this gap. And obviously we've watched Daniel Lambert, Zachary Smith and Raffley battling and whatnot, which has slowed them down a little.
Jordan's in a really good position here. Like a really, really good position because he's on the hard still. And he's up there. He's right in with it. So I reckon when they pit, they're going to struggle for that couple of laps, lose that second or two that they do on those cold hards, and he's going to come out in the mediums and potentially be ahead. But I reckon that might be the case. It's interesting because he's running that totally different strategy, and same with Carl Jackson there. Although Carl's got Connor in front, who's dropped back behind Alex there.
7-way battle for the lead now. Connor Kingston a couple of seconds back means that Alex Bowen... Oh no, turn 1 drama. What have we missed back here?
Oh my goodness.
There has been a collision. Daniel Lambert, Dimitri Forrester involved. I think Zachary Smith is involved as well.
Zekai Chu's in the lead. And Jordan Wong's in the first. How did that happen?
We were too far behind. I'm just trying to bring into the fact that Alex had made it a 7-way battle for the lead, and as soon as I got bored with what was going on up the front, it all kicked off. So Zekai Chu comes out in front of it. Jordan Wong, as you were just saying, in a prime position, moves up 4 into P2 now. Resumes where he started on the grid. Alexis Boeing having a great race, starting in P5, now in P3.
So, yeah, Raffley and Zachary have managed to not lose too much. But
Daniel Lambert, the big loser out of it.
yeah, it must have been a 3 wide or something. That's all I can think of. Like, wow. Oh, there's a whole front wing gone.
No
There's
front
a
wing.
whole front wing. Yeah, Dimitri. Oh, car's going to come in underweight, so you better go fit in your nose.
Don't know how much wing Daniel's got here either. Whether or not he's on his way into the pits as well. He's definitely missing an end piece off that front right, so he'll be on his way in.
Yeah, you can see, luckily the hards are within range here though, so that's not too bad, but yeah, this is not exactly how he wanted things to go.
Surprised there was no VSC given how many
Who's pitting?
debris and cars were involved.
Yeah, oh man, side by side. Hit the last corner. Oh, is that the last corner?
That's
Wait,
the first
clear
corner.
one, sorry.
They are battling for the lead. Zekai Chu being investigated by Jordan Wong and still up into turn 4. He's having a look. And Alexis Bowen being very patient here, just waiting, rubbing hands, just gleefully raccooning her way up here into P3. Looking very likely.
I think these hards are really starting to be just as fast, if not faster, than the mediums right now. It's looking really scary for these medium runners.
Yeah, I think we're at the crossover point.
A whole bunch of people have stopped though, but half of that would be because of damage.
There's an interesting question, Babby in chat saying, does the perception of speed seem less in this game than it does in previous games? I mean, for me, I guess it could just be Bahrain specific. I mean, because the lighting just feels off, and maybe that's why it doesn't feel as fast.
Maybe
You
the
guys
go-to engines maybe don't sound quite as punchy, or that sort of thing. So that quite often sounds a big factor in games.
Yeah,
Because
so
that's
I would-
the way-
I agree with Bender in that I don't think this is probably the slowest it's felt. Hungary felt pretty quick. Australia was okay. Austria was okay. Hungary felt quick. This feels slow, and I would agree with Babby. My best camera for sense of speed is the onboard. I love this camera, but because of the rev bugs, it drives me insane. I don't want to stay here all the time. And you can miss a lot, obviously, from here as well. Like your side-by-side battles between 3 cars you don't get a good field of view here. So, yes, I would agree that this week, particularly, as Bender said, I don't know what it is. If as I said, Bender said it's the lighting. It could be that makes it feel a little bit slower. These cars are designed to be slower as well. We've got to take that into consideration. They're no way near as like the Mercedes of 2017 was a flat through poo-on type scenario, whereas we don't have that going for us anymore. 2019 Mercedes, which you know what year I'm talking about. Very sticky Mercedes.
So Alex pitted and she's ended up about 5 seconds ahead of Mitch Weatherburn and Raffley together. So
Deforester. Sorry, I've only just seen that. So I've got chat hidden underneath something. Someone been deforested because Forrester collided with.
Yeah.
So, sorry, that's a good one. He's on fire, Lord, in the last couple of weeks. Best on ground in chat, by the way.
Yeah.
Very sharp from you.
Looking at this, Alex is going to be P1.
Potentially.
More net lead.
Right behind, yes. He's right behind Jordan and Zeke, but I think, again, just the colds, the hards are quite slow on those outlaps. So we'll see how much she loses or if she can get them up to speed nice and quick. I've got a feeling it just feels like overcut's a bit stronger if the tyres are doing relatively alright, which they seem to be doing for Zeke and Jordan Wong here.
I suppose Jordan will be the wild card hitting from hards to mediums. So, but certainly of those that have pit, Alex is first, or leading those who've pit.
That's right. She's definitely was in P3, but everyone that she had in front of her before the pit all had that come into grief, and that everyone had to replace wings and do a slow in-lap as well. So yeah, it's been a bit of a mess, but Zachary is the only one that is doing all right. He must have slight front wing damage, I'm guessing, because he's not really catching the guys out front. He doesn't really show anything. Maybe it's like a light orange or something, or potentially just unable to pull it in because you feel the tyres during those battles.
Hard to tell on these new front wings. On the previous generation of cars, you could see when it was just like one of the little turning slot veins had been knocked off, or if it was a whole end plate or whatever, you could tell, oh yeah, that's light green or that's yellow damage or what have you. But on these, it's really hard to tell until the whole end plate's gone.
Oh, kitchen chair gaming goes around. That's the end of the life of those medium tyres, that's for sure. How's the rejoin here? Straight on the racing line. Jaden Chair goes around, as does Muhammad Afan. They get away with that one. Doing doughies in the middle of the track's not the ideal rejoin strategy, but we got away with it.
Is it really a rejoin though?
Never leave the track.
Never leave the track.
So I think Connor on his way into the pits now. He'll jump off these medium tyres and is probably looking to go medium soft. But now you've got to be medium hard now.
I know I said Zachary wasn't chasing down the guys in front, but he has actually. He's pulled in half a second this lap. So he's actually flying along pretty quick.
Raffley Fidelia has been super quick this race and is now chasing down fan favourite Gerald Chew. You would assume that one gets done pretty comfortably with the assistance of the DRS and of course that Alfa Romeo having 0 wing on it. That is all over the place.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, that's...
Alex Firelord in chat, he is just on fire.
Yes, he is. I'm telling you, man, he's on fire this season. I don't know. He's got P sitting next to him. He's pulling all these out himself. I don't know, man, but he's on fire. He's fucking on fire. Very good. He's on fire. He should put himself out because he's a fire lord. Nah, it's bad. So I'm not. I'm bad. I'll give up. What else?
I already made the fire on fire fire lord joke, mate. You can't rehash it and then claim it as yours. Come on,
mate. I'm sorry. I can't cook dinner, I throw it in the microwave. I can't make jokes, I rehash yours. I'm that kind of guy. Unfortunately,
Fair enough.
that's all I got. But no, keep them coming, Fire Lord. Absolutely love your work, mate. If you can get Ben to giggling, you're doing something right.
The Ferrari's working along nicely. It's
Yeah, it's Aston Martin leading the way here in the Constructors for Tier 1. They have a pretty significant gap to Mercedes and then Ferrari. So Mercedes about 70 points behind in P2 and then almost 100 points to Ferrari in P3. So Aston Martin dominating early season. Mercedes hanging on for dear life, about 70 points back. And then, yeah, Aston Martin in P1 have double the amount of points of Ferrari in P3. So it's really just the top two there at the moment. And Zikai Chu looking really well here. Jordan Wong keeping him company. And Alexis Bowen currently in P9 and in a mountain of space is hopefully putting in some good laps by now on those hard tyres. So once these guys pit, Jordan and Zekai, we get to see that shake out and whether Alex has done the undercut or whether the overcut works out here.
So just quickly, Reinaldo picked up a 5-second penalty, speeding in the pit lane. That's very naughty.
Two Williams teammates, Gerald Chu filling in tonight as a God tier reserve driver. He's tucked in behind Mitch Weatherburn, the other Williams.
He is the super sub tonight, Gerald. Not only is he jumping in as reserve, he is the race host.
Who's that? Gerald, is he? Gerald?
Yep, Gerald filling in as the race host and reserve.
Wow, that's
So,
huge.
big ups to Gerald there.
Yeah, big ups, absolutely. Very important role, the race host. Got to get all the bells and whistles on and get all the settings correct and get everyone in on time and start it all on time. And there's a lot of work that goes into being race host, so nice work there from Gerald Chu.
Oh my goodness.
God, oh, you've just seen it as well.
This is... What did you see? Sorry?
I've seen Jordan Wong go past Zekai Chu. I didn't see it. I was too slow to catch it, but I saw the delta come down very quickly. I think Zekai Chu potentially had a little error, which has allowed Jordan Wong through into the lead of this race. I'm not sure. I didn't see it, so not sure whether Zekai made an error or Jordan just eventually got one done, but the lead of this race has changed hands. Jordan Wong, who we saw come in with a very, very, very late, fast qualifying time, now into P1 and gets a chance to show his pace if he can pull away here. Look, he's nearly a second clear already. Zekai Chu will get the DRS and close that to half a second or so, but if Jordan can put on the skates here, Alex Bowen will start to question reality, because whilst she is in an acre of space, if Jordan can stretch his legs, the overcut undercut becomes all the more important. Looking forward to seeing what happens when they pit.
So, I watched the replay of Smitty, because he's live now over on his Twitch.
Yes.
Check him out.
Yes.
He did a lovely move into P1 on Raffley, and then spun up the tyres and looped in front of everyone. And that's why they all ploughed into the back of him. He took no damage, because you don't take damage from the back of the car, and drove off, and the three guys behind him all had to pit and replace their wings. So it was
Genius.
he's doing the strategic move to
The
help
biggest of brains.
Jaden's chair come up the front. As we've got
Sounds like you.
softs now. Here we go, pitting for softs. See, this is a very Zachary Smith thing to do, because I remember racing with him, and he would do whatever he could to avoid running on hards in the previous games. So
Absolutely.
he is pitting for softs. So meet him into soft.
Zekai Chu critically out in front of Alex Bowen.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
just.
That's massive. My question was going to be if Jordan Wong could keep going and pit to soft. I think that's almost a given at this point.
Yeah.
Not hard. And those on mediums are coming in for soft. So
But we'd be right, Ben. Will they be slow for the last 3 laps or something? But it depends on the gap they can pull now. If Alex can stay in this DRS range, I think she's in for a good spot. They really do fall off quite hard.
There was a yellow flag back here. I think it was a blue dot, but half the field has a blue dot, so I can never quite work out exactly who that's supposed to be. Alpine and Williams and AlphaTauri kind of. And...
We've got Nathan in the wall.
Oh no!
2.
Totally not awesome. Has found himself in the wall potentially. Is he?
Definitely looked like he was in the wall on the right hand side.
His dot's still going.
His dot's still going, but he definitely slid off.
Jaden Chia into the pits. Muhammad Afan still out here on 19 lap old hards, as is Jordan Wong at the front of the field. They are the last 2 drivers to pit as Jaden enters. Oh, Gerald Chew's still out there, hasn't pitted. What is he doing?
Spun, turn 12. Up the hill, up the hill.
Oh, get off those tyres, Gerald. That's enough of them.
Wings gone.
No, that's
there. You
there.
go.
I thought I actually said this. I saw the same thing, but I was like,
Funky fella. It doesn't look like it's turning very well.
The lighting.
Did you see how much understeer he had there? Man?
Yeah.
It looks like it was there.
Rafley Fidelia has been making moves in these last couple of laps. On the hard tyre, this Alfa Romeo has blinding pace, and Rafley is wringing the neck out of it. Has gone past a couple of drivers in the last couple of laps. I've missed most of them, but we got that one there on Kyle Jackson.
So he's ahead of Zachary Smith, actually. I just realised this. Like, so Zach was...
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
Not sure how true. We didn't see it, but that's what Cat's saying.
Yeah. That has to be what's happened there, because he was ahead of Alex, right? He was with Zekai Chu, right?
I'm not sure.
They were 1-2, right with each other, and they sort of dropped back a bit. Oh, had a nice
it's
Gerald. Oh, a safety car!
He's just come out. What?
Jordan, bro.
What?
Wong's just come straight in the pits. And Muhammad.
What?
Oh my goodness, they're getting
All coming up Millhouse.
Why is there a safety car?
my
Gerald
goodness.
was stopped on track, right? But he just spun up his... Oh, he's got a punctured tyre. Look at his rear left. He's punctured his rear left.
Yeah, he has.
So I saw Gerald had stopped.
Maybe there's debris. Maybe
And he's really struggling with this rear left now. Gerald, no. Oh, put it in 6th. Get it into the pits, man. Connor Kingston speeding in pit lane. Naughty, naughty.
You see a Fire Lord. He's really chewed up those tyres.
Ah, stop it. Oh, it's all fun and games here at Tier 1. Goodness me.
You have to go back and read the chat, JC. There's been some absolute pearls.
I've missed out tonight, yeah. As I said, I've got chat hiding behind Streamlabs and some results and stuff. I don't get to see other than like the bottom 3 lines. I have missed a bunch tonight. I've not quite got chat sorted out tonight. I've really missed a chat, but I've had I've had the action to keep me company, and Justin and Bender are just carrying me. We're just watching Gerald out here doing donuts all night.
Oh man.
It's not. This is content now, Gerald.
Is he? I reset the track.
This is content now, mate. It's a safety car, so I just want to see you.
He's going to get lapped, yeah.
I just want to see. Oh, the safety car's going to lap him. Oh no! Surely not. Come on, Gerald. It's a race between Gerald and the safety car as we come into the final sector. He's just got to make it around. He's just got to make it around without spinning. That's all he's got to do. He's just got to keep it. He's got to be in 6th gear by now. Surely you put it into a higher gear and just crawl home. Safety car coming around the second last bend now. I don't think he's going to do it. Gerald's going to hang on into the final corner. It's the critical corner, Gerald. Oh, he's run wide, but he keeps it going straight. Nice. He brings home his punctured rear left in front of the safety car.
That'll be a long stop.
Is he gonna? Yeah. No, he's gonna lose. He's gonna be a lap down, unfortunately. That's gonna suck for him.
Tell you who else this really sucks for? Alex
Bowen,
Guthrie, and Kyle, and Daniel, who had just pit a lap before.
Yeah.
Or a couple of laps before the safety car.
Yep.
And they've all done a second stop. You've got to be on the fast tyre at the end. Can't be on old hards or old tyres, and that's completely ruined their strategy, really.
Gerald Chew, race host, and bringer of safety cars. I'm pretty sure that's why the safety car came out, was because he was the only yellow flag.
He was spinning and spinning and spinning.
And because he's a blue dot, it took me a while to find him, but I knew there was an issue, so I went through 6 cars before I finally found him, and he got it going again at that point. But that was when the safety car was called. Definitely nothing wrong with the safety car timing for Jordan. There's a lot of names that just lend themselves to quality Fire Lord timing here. He's having a great old time in Tier 1. Why didn't Gerald pit? He did. He's in the pits. He went in there. He got off his shitty old broken.
He's asking. It's sure it's a joke setup.
I mean, didn't we see him pit? He came. Yeah, now he's on
Yeah,
fresh.
no,
We're
he
talking about
did
before
pit.
that.
He did pit. Yeah.
So are you saying that he's punctured hard tyres after 20 laps? I don't think so. Hard tyres can last longer than 20 laps. We've seen mediums go that long.
He did do a lot of spinnings though, so
So there was a lot of spinning.
there could be a lot of burnt up rubber from.
I didn't do that many, surely. Only like 2 that I can remember.
It depends on what he did. When
Oh,
he got
did
down.
he? Okay. No, I didn't know that. So, the loudest of Howards, our man Jeremy Washington, is saying that he got the puncture before the final corner and then stayed out, and obviously we saw him spinning around turn 3, turn 4 or whatnot. So he's decided to stay out on the punctured tyre for an entire lap. So if he spun on the final corner, did he just miss the pit lane or something maybe? Or
You know it was punctured at that point.
yeah, I don't know.
Well, I'm. Hang on.
Race is green. Safety car's in.
Wait, hang on. Yeah,
What?
right, we're going.
Goodness
All right.
me, apologies. It said safety car in this lap, but that was at the final corner. I didn't realise that was...
Who was that?
All right, let me catch up with where we're at.
Alex.
Everyone obviously within a 10.
Front turn one.
Alex Bowen has indeed been shafted to the back of the field. It was looking like a very promising race again for Alex Bowen. But a la Australia, the safety car restart catches her out. Obviously, the safety car, very unlucky for her in the first place. But again, the safety car restart causing issues for Alexis Bowen. So the back of the field, her race is done. That's a Red Bull very wide there from Mohammed Afan. Not the ideal line out there.
Not able to capitalise from that beneficiary. He was last place on the he qualified last, and was all the way up in P2. Mr. Chu gets a penalty.
Jared Ellis gets a nice one done up the inside of Grid Jokes there. Grid Jokes going a little bit wide. And Jared Ellis was already in that door, so got that one done pretty comfortably, really, due to the error from Danny, who would be missing his best friend Tom Malone, who retired midweek.
And Zekai Chu and Zachary Smith, the battle for the championship, P2 and P3. We have Raffley making a beautiful move.
Rafley again down the straight, even without DRS assistance. Rafley just goes bang on the straights. That Alfa Romeo is a rocket ship in a straight line, but up the front, Zachary Smith and Zekai Chu still battling. As you said, this is P1 in the championship. And I say P1 for 2 of them because they are tied at the top. Both of these drivers are 172 points apiece, the 2 Zs. Zachary Smith and Zekai Chu. Can't separate them. But how about Jordan Wong? Currently up there in P1 at the moment.
Just driven away.
He is P12 in the championship, so this will be a huge bag of points for him.
Sorry. Oh no, it's gone from bad to worse to worse.
Alexis Bowen has pitted on to old medium tyres and then spun those on the outlap.
F in chat for Alex.
Alex has just gone bad to worse to rotten.
It's not gone right for her this race at all.
Oh, it was up until like 2-3 minutes ago. That safety car boned her.
Up until that point.
Oh, goodness me, how quickly things can go wrong. Many Fs. Alex got taken out. Oh, hang on. When did Alex
Won't
get
even-
taken out? Didn't say that.
Safety car restart.
Is that what that was?
Probably
Okay,
that,
sorry.
yeah.
All right, forgive me, Alex.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll.
Two spins on the outlap, unfortunately. But not going her way at all.
That bug sounds so cool. Just flat lock the Blakes all the way to turn one. That'd be the flattest spot on any tyre in the world if that actually happened.
Completely draining the battery down to 0.
Yeah, with 5 laps to go. Not sure if that's the ideal strategy from Daniel Lambert, but he's certainly pushing the car.
I'm wondering if Zachary can catch Jordan Wong. He's absolutely flying. He's got the freshest tyres out of ever run. Oh, wow. 3 wide.
Yeah, Caleb and Jared have been battling for a couple of corners now. Not really willing to give room to the other, and Muhammad Afan has moved into contention here too after he spun him up a couple of laps earlier at that corner. Raffaele Fidelia's got past another one up ahead. He's into P4 now. Gets a chance to chase down the 2 Zs. Back here, Muhammad Afan getting a little bit crossed up there, but managed to save it. Didn't lose too much time. But Jared Ellis looking really strong here late in the race. The pace on the softs is good for the Haas. Looks to be using a lot of battery though, Jared. He is flat out. That's a cut as well. We just see the 3 seconds come up there as he runs wide at the final corner. So that'll add to his tally. I think he already had 3. He's up to 6 now. And that late safety car.
Yeah, there it is. Can you see 0.00 something that's there alongside you?
Oh, a bit of contact there too between Muhammad and Jared. Just a little
Nathan as well. Getting
door
involved.
bang.
Very close racing here.
Totally awesome. Joins proceedings here. His fans will still be hanging around in chat. They might have disappeared after his totally not awesome escapade earlier on, which sent him to the back of the field. But he's done pretty well to recover back up to P13 now and is challenging Muhammad Afan for his original grid position of P12. Jared getting a little crossed up there as he exited that corner. There's another yellow flag somewhere. Tell me it's not Alex Bowen. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, thank God it's not. Might have been Mitch Weatherberg. No, it wasn't him either. Not sure who that was. Too many blue circles. I think it's someone a lap down that I can't find, maybe.
Gerald.
Is it? All right, thank you. Gerald Chew. Is he still out there? He's got a new tyre on. He's still going. Good on him.
Going around. And yes, there are too many.
Look at this. Look at him go.
Look at the speed of that. Oh, well, 1% battery, that'll do it.
Why is he so much faster? Look at him go. He's getting 2 cars down the main straight.
Oh, this is going to not end well.
Oh no.
Oh, my goodness. How are they all still going straight? What?
Zico lost a position in the game too.
I want to see another angle of that, but that yeah.
Oh, goodness me. We don't stop believing. Love that from you, Riddler. Wens are still here as well. They believe in their man. Totally awesome. Love that from you, boys. Really good stuff. This battle for P2 is as spicy as it gets. There's an Aston Martin. I think that's Jaden Chia, who's on the side of the road. And Jared Ellis is also DNF somewhere. And there's a Red Bull that is with Jared Ellis. I think Muhammad Afan and Jared Ellis may have gotten into a little tangle. Oh, maybe not.
No,
Exit 7.
He's just exited 7, spun, and Jaden Cheers had another spin.
At the same spot, Jaden Chia doing a little sympathy spin there.
He's so quick.
Yep.
Scary how quick he is. He's got so much more battery too. We saw Zico Cheese having 0% before, so
there's something in the setup that these Alfa Romeo boys, as I said, it's not just Raffaele. Like, Raffaele is getting the best result out of it, but the Alfa Romeos tonight, all night, something in their team room, something in their manufacturer chat, he's pulled right out of that. I think maybe because there was a yellow flag, he thought it better not to pass. Is there a yellow flag in the pits there?
no, he's gonna get the RS up this straight. He doesn't want to get passed again after passing.
Or is it because there's 2 laps to go and he wants to get it on the last lap?
Does he really not think he can chase down Jordan? He's been so quick. He caught these guys so quickly.
2.6 seconds in a lap. I wouldn't think so.
Oh, 2 laps. So, yeah, if he had got past there and driven a really hard lap this lap. So, yeah, he's just sitting, not using his battery, just charging up fully. Here we go.
I think he's just playing the big brain strat. He's seen the Bender strat work out for Bender. And he's just playing the waiting game. He's going to get this last DRS zone and go straight past him and not give Zikachu any chance to respond with no time left on the clock.
I think Zachary's got some damage for sure. That's looking pretty. He's dropped way off these two after that little team 1 kerfuffle. So he came out worse there from Zikachu. Absolutely sending it down the inside.
You can see Zikachu is flat out of battery. He's got none left, and as Bender said, he's got plenty behind him, Raffley. So this will be it. The DRS will open. He'll engage the battery. He'll get the job done before the DRS line, let alone without the DRS open. Away he goes into the distance. Raffley Fidelia's had a really strong race. Moves himself up to P2. Zikachu will be mildly pleased with P3 after starting from P8. If he can hang on to that for the last lap, it'll mean that he takes the championship lead from Zachary Smith, who's currently in P4 behind him. Of course, we've still got the stewards to check out a few things on Tuesday night, and that can always shake things up. As I said earlier, Raffley's already had 1 win stripped from him in Australia due to a post-race penalty from the stewards, so we'll wait and see what happens on Tuesday night, and if that creates any further developments in proceedings. But as they come into the second sector of the final lap, it is Jordan Wong who really impressed with a very late qualifying lap. Who's this down the inside here? The Alpine and Dimitri Forrester as well. Getting one done on Kyle Jackson, who ran a little bit wide towards the end there.
I still think Raffley could have gone for the win here if he had gone for the past lap earlier.
Yeah, he's gained a whole second and a half almost in this lap alone. I think you're right. I didn't think 2.6 was possible, but the way he's closed the gap on this last lap. Oh, Brian Hernando Loris is DNF'd on the last lap. We hate to see that, but Jordan Wong, we love to see this. P1, Jordan Wong. Didn't get anything Wong in that race. He comes across the line first. Raffley Fidelia in P2 with a blinding pace. And Zikachu is the final podium sitter. Zachary Smith, P4. Wanafig just into P5 in front of Dimitri Forrester, Kyle Jackson, Daniel Lambert on return. Caleb van der Reyden and super sub Connor Kingston rounds out the top 10. Connor Kingston looks like he just hangs on to top 10 from Jerry Can. Connor Kingston with an unserved penalty there at the end. So that is an eventful Tier 1 for you.
That was crazy.
That had a little bit of everything. I'll tell you what it had is blinding pace. God, these Tier 1 boys are quick.
Yeah, blinding pace indeed. It's just insane.
I think we have Gerald Schuster doing victory spins. Gerald and Alex did about 30 extra laps between the two of us. He's just doing donuts.
Fan favourite Gerald Chu puts on a show every single week. Doesn't matter how he gets it done. He says, you want content? I got you. Love that from you, Case. So, yeah, FC chat for Alexis Bowen, of course, down 13 positions, finishes P18 after what was another promising-looking opening half.
Gerald spun last one.
Mitch Weatherburn having an off night as well, qualifying in P10, dropping to P13 by the end, so Mitch just not quite getting it in F1 2022. But with Jacob Weatherburn back in the commentary booth next week, hopefully he can give him a G up and get him back inside the top echelons. Wanafig is the Codemasters driver of the day. But in terms of raw pace, consistency, and the fact that he's P1, I reckon Jordan Wong gets my driver of the day. A very impressive drive, a great qualifying lap. Stayed out of all the carnage. Got the pit strategy right, even with the cheeky safety car in the middle. Absolutely worked out for him nicely, that one did. The AlphaTauri driver snags P1. Nice work, Jordan Wong. Enjoy that one, mate.
swear that's the pace that 90% of people choose for their avatar characters.
Yeah, it's the one I've got. It's got a nice little bit of facial hair.
I've got it as well. That's what I've picked.
It's a good setup. If Yoda comes back with sunburn, has he been weather burned? Stop it! Oh, my stomach can't handle much more from you tonight, Firelord. Goodness gracious. Jordan Wong, P1. Nice work. Raffley Fidelia. What kind of pace has he got in Alfa Romeo? Goodness me, what a bullet in a straight line. Zikai Chu extends the lead. In fact, takes the outright lead of the championship after round 4 from Zachary Smith, who finished in P4. Juan Afik from 17th. The safety car helping him out up into P5. Be happy with that one. Dimitri Forrester, Kyle Jackson, and Daniel Lambert all dropping a handful of positions. They are 6, 7, 8. Caleb Van der Reyden is what I was trying to spit out there, and Connor Kingston round out the top 10. No DNFers tonight. Jared Harris will claim points. Actually, he did DNF, didn't he? So he still gets the 90%. He'll still get a few little bonus points. Why not?
Yeah, no, he's classified there. 3 laps, so
he's classified. There's your penalties. Deckers, leave me alone. Thank you very much. There you go. Tier 1 done and dusted. David Bender McNulty after Tier 3 P4. Thank you very much for joining us for 2 tiers of awesome content tonight.
All right, thanks for having me. Made a guest appearance. And in for Jacob.
Do it anytime, mate. We love you up here in the booth, that's for sure. Chat loves you. We all love you. Thank you very much. Justin Tate, another enjoyable week with you. We'll see you next week for Spa. What are your thoughts on Spa? We're looking forward to that one.
Yeah, it's going to be spicy. It's it's just so much passing. We've picked a lot of passing tracks to start the season off with, I feel.
So
really good.
Another regular round next week. 50% race, 1 mandatory spit pot for Spa, and then another regular round at Zandvoort the week after that. Before we head to Monza for our first endurance round of the season. September 11, that one's on. So make sure you book out the day for that, because that is 100% of Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1 coming at you. That's a couple of weeks away, though. Until then, this week we've got the Sprint Series at Kota. Does that sound right to you?
I think so.
Yeah, it sounds right to me. I think the
yeah.
rookies are definitely at Kota, so I assume we are as well.
Yeah. Yep.
That'll be Wednesday and Thursday night. Action coming at you from YouTube land. And then, as I said, next week off to Spa for the Legends Series on Sunday night. Until then, my name is Jamie Conboy. Justin Tate and David McNulty have been here. And, of course, to Alex Imey and Alex Bowen for Tier 3 as well. Thank you to them. Until later on this week, enjoy yourselves and have a lovely Monday.
Thanks, everyone. Catch you next time.